The following is an audio interview between law enforcement and those who witnessed the tragic incident at the 2021 Waukesha Christmas Parade when Darrell E. Brooks drove his mother's red Ford Escape through the parade. 6 people lost their lives that day, more than 70 sustained injuries, and the numbers of those emotionally traumatized is beyond the hundreds. While most of the descriptions contained in this video are not graphic in nature, some may find this audio difficult to listen to. Viewer discretion is advised.
And I guess I should start by, are you okay? I mean,
Yes.
did you get injured?
I was not
You're
injured.
not injured? Okay, good. All right, so the main questions they wanted us to ask was, well, first of all, you're not injured. I asked you that already. Did you have any kids or anything with you?
No.
No? Okay, and they were, so obviously nobody was injured there. Would you consider yourself a witness or a victim?
Witness.
Witness, okay. And what did you see? What were your observations?
I heard boom, boom, turned. I was at the west end of the parade on
Okay.
Main Street. Turned to look east on Main and saw a red SUV with significant front end damage flying down the far right-hand side of the road. My first thought was, he's going too fast for the curve.
Okay.
And I turned and put my hands out and started yelling, "Get out of the street, get off the road, get out of the street." And I was directly in front of the Catholic Memorial football team.
Okay.
And I didn't even get to say like one full sentence of "get out of the street," and he
Went right by you.
went right by me. I ran to the first of where there were 4 casualties in our immediate area. I ran to the first one.
Okay.
And immediately started to
Provide
assess patient,
help.
provide
Okay.
aid, and stayed with patient. She was stable, conscious, and talking.
So that first injury, did you see how it happened? Did he hit her directly?
I
or-
did not.
Okay. Do you remember if it was a white female, white male? What was it?
Hispanic female.
Hispanic female?
I know her name, date of birth, and allergies if you need them. And her
You do?
son's name, who was also injured. So.
Okay, what was the person's name?
Marisol Lopez Gutierrez.
You have one heck of a memory.
Oh,
Okay.
because he said, when I said, "What's your mother's last, what's your last name?" He said, "Do you want mine or my mom's?" So
Okay.
her husband's name is Rodolfo. There were actually 2 people that attended that were first on site with that patient. It was a bilingual female
Okay.
and her husband. She was the one that got her phone, called the husband, told him where we were so he could find us, but then
Okay.
she got a call saying that her son, who was in the marching band, had been injured.
Oh,
And he was at Martha Merrill's bookstore. And so she left, and then once another nurse who I knew came, and the 2 of us were providing care, then he left.
then he left. Okay.
So, and then we
So
stayed.
Rodolfo wasn't injured then?
Rodolfo was not even
No,
there.
they were never there. The only 2 that were there were Marisol and Adair. Do
Correct.
you remember what Adair's date of birth was?
I do not know. I know he's 10.
10 years old? Okay. Where exactly did you say you were standing?
I was just west of Planned Parenthood on Main Street.
Okay. And when you saw the vehicle coming, do you believe that he was trying to avoid people? Was he swerving around, or do you think he was aiming at people? What your honest
Yeah,
opinion?
by the time he got to where we were, he was clearly attempting to avoid people. He was as far right on the road as he could be.
So you think he just basically ran out of space?
I cannot make that determination. I cannot speak to.
Did you see the guy driving the vehicle?
Yeah,
Okay.
I saw him.
Does it fit? What description would you give of him?
Does.
So does it fit the description of the subject they've been showing on TV?
Yes.
So a black male with,
I saw the face, the hair, the scruffy, both hands on the steering wheel, nobody else in the car.
oh, what else? So if I would have to show you a picture of him, you'd recognize
I
him.
would have recognized him
Yeah.
without it being on television, yes.
Do you remember, and I know it happened super fast.
Yeah.
Do you remember what he was wearing?
No.
How about his hair?
Yeah, the dark hair, I couldn't tell if it was dreads or if it was, but it was not like well kept. It was and the scruffy black facial hair.
So you would say maybe long hair, you just couldn't describe what kind of long hair?
Right.
Okay. And scruffy face.
Correct.
And just to be clear, scruffy face, I mean, he had
Yeah,
some
yeah,
facial hair.
Yeah, the black
Okay.
facial hair is what I saw
Okay.
in his hair.
All right. Is there anything else? Who were you there to watch? Were you associated with any groups like Extreme Dance or the Waukesha Blazers?
No, I live right on the river, not even a quarter mile
Okay.
from the parade route, and I'd gone for a run, and then it's typical is to
You
I
just stopped
walked
and
the route.
watched.
Yeah,
Right.
that's what I was doing.
That's what most people would do.
Yep.
Right? Okay. All right. Okay. Is there anything else that you think that, well, first of all, did you take any film?
I did not.
You didn't take any pictures either?
Nope, never looked at my watch, never took pictures.
Okay.
Nothing.
Is there anything that you think it's important for us to know about the incident that we didn't ask you or that I didn't ask you?
No.
No?
Thank you, yeah.
Okay. So I'm not sure whether the prosecution will need you at all regarding this. I mean, right now I don't know how many witnesses we are,
Yeah.
but well over 100.
Yeah, I would say there's gonna be.
So, I'm not sure who the prosecutor will choose to move forward with on this, but expect that somebody will call you at some point and at least kind of let you know,
Okay.
yes, we'll need you, no, we're not going to need you, thank you for your help, blah, blah, blah.
Okay.
So, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for doing this.
So are you doing okay though?
I
You
am.
got a little emotional
I
there
am.
when you started talking about,
Yeah.
the people and stuff, so.
Well, I am lucky enough to have a strong support system, and I have a background in,
Mhm.
so I'm in surgery, so I'm
Okay.
used to seeing people's insides on the outsides, and blood doesn't bother me, and I worry more.
It's a little
about-
traumatic though when they usually
Yeah,
always
it's
happen, right?
traumatic for
Yeah.
everybody. Yesterday was a really rough day. Today was
Yeah.
much better, so hopefully we can help support all the people in the community that don't see this kind of thing on on a regular basis, or even injured humans. And
Right. No, I hear you. Oh, by the way, where do you work? What did you say your position was?
I'm an ambulatory surgical nurse.
That sounds like an exciting job.
I run the 5 clinics for one of the general surgeons with West Dallas.
Ah,
and one
okay.
hospital, yeah.
How many years have you been doing that for?
I've been there 3 years.
3 years? Okay. All right, I don't have anything else.
Okay.
So, again, unless you can think of something, I think we're good to go.
Okay.
All right, Elise, did I forget something?
Was the car speeding up or slowing down? That's the only thing. Was the
Oh, yeah.
speed.
I did not notice that his speed changed. He was already going super fast.
Okay. So to be clear, you didn't notice a speed change because he was already going at a very high rate of speed?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Elise. I can't understand the handwriting.
I know, it says it's sloppy on there.
They gave us a list
I
of.
would say, everybody take a picture of this. And you're like,
Well, that's what we
doesn't
did.
matter,
Look at
can't
the
read
pictures.
it.
So we were leaving the room and she took a picture of it, and I'm like reading. I'm like, what the heck does that say?
Yeah.
It's like a doctor wrote it.
Yeah, yeah.
So I just went by experience. So, but I'm glad she remembered that question. So, all right. Well, thank you so
All right.
much, ma'am.
Thank you
It was a
both.
pleasure meeting you, and I'm sorry it's under these circumstances.
I agree.
And the time is 2:44.
So we're basically just interviewing anybody that may have witnessed the occurrences from Sunday or been a victim to the witness or been a victim to what occurred on Sunday at the parade. So
Fortunately, we were all victims, but some more than others.
yeah, I suppose you're right on that one. And so,
I'm going to pull up a map here for you.
okay. And I guess what we're looking for is stuff that you actually witnessed and not what you had seen afterwards on the news or video feed or anything like that.
Right. No, I
Um,
can do that.
Okay,
I just wanted to start with giving you the address where we were.
perfect.
So we'll pull that up here. So So we were sitting. Well, we were sitting across from the Waukesha Tattoo Company. And that would be. Sorry.
No, you're fine. No rush.
Usually gives you the address.
Right. What, do you know a road that's on?
It's on Main Street.
And is there a cross street next to that?
Yeah, maybe we could do that. So it's right where it turns. It turns the corner to north to West Avenue. So the nearest cross street would be Maple. Maple comes in.
But you're right across from the tattoo
We're right
company?
across from the Waukesha Tattoo Company.
Okay.
Yeah.
What time do you think you got there around?
To the parade?
Yeah.
We got there kind of early, like 3:30ish, because we were saving some seats. But
And who'd you go with?
so my wife Lori,
Okay.
and then that's Lori.
LORI.
Yeah. And then that's my sister-in-law. That's Faith.
Faith?
Yes.
And that's
And-
who, with the baby, is that Faith? Or?
That's my wife.
That's
She's
your wife.
holding Faith's granddaughter.
Okay, so this is your sister-in-law here.
Yeah.
That's Faith, and your wife is Lori in the other
Right.
room.
She's
Got
in
it.
the room.
Okay.
And then my other sister-in-law, Rebecca, and her 2 children. We all kind of met there. We didn't like arrive together. We just
Okay.
met at that spot.
Got it.
So Rebecca and her 2 kids, Lauren and Madeline.
How old are they? Roughly.
Lauren is a freshman in high school, and Madeline is, I think, like 7th grade, give or take a little bit. Hard to keep track of these kids nowadays.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
And then our neighbor met with her 2 children, and they just they came later, and they just jumped in and sat down. But everybody's there before the start of the parade, though.
Okay. And then,
So I think there was a group of a group of 12 of us that were, we all knew each other.
got it. And as you're watching the parade, what's the first thing of significance related to this incident that you saw or heard?
So as we're sitting across from the tattoo parlor, and then we heard some kind of commotion that wasn't parade-like. And then, at least me, I turned my head and I saw the red truck with the crushed hood speeding directly towards us.
Which way would that be, to your right or your left?
So it was coming from the left, going to the right. So we were facing. The parade was going from left to right as we sat there.
So it's coming the way of the parade.
Yeah, the truck went down the parade route with the direction of the
Okay.
movement of the parade.
And do you know what kind of truck it was?
It was a red SUV,
Okay.
little. I mean,
And you said it had a crushed hood?
right.
Okay.
I could see the hood like this.
Hood was like kind of buckled up. You're unbuckled. Okay. Could you see a driver?
I saw a driver. I saw a gentleman. Probably. I'm trying to give you the information from when I remember it, not from what I
Yes.
have gleaned
Perfect.
from the.
Yes.
So, if I'm thinking about it like if I was right after it happened, he would be a gentleman of mid 30s, I would say. If you were to ask me all these questions, like 5 minutes after. That's why that's what I'm trying to give you.
Okay.
Probably mid to late 30s. I couldn't say what race, but I did see a beard.
And
I only saw one person in the car. At least that I could see. If you had to pin me down on it at that time, I would say one person.
okay. And could you tell what his hair was like, aside from his facial hair?
I just remembered dark. I couldn't say, at the time, I couldn't say brown or black.
I mean, like, okay, perfect. And if, like, long or short, or do you know what kind of hairstyle he had?
No.
Okay. So, you see the SUV, red SUV,
Yeah,
with the
so-
driver you described coming, you said right at you guys. Where were you seated? Were you in the road or on the sidewalk?
We were right. Like this would be the curb. If this was the curb,
Mhm.
we were on that like spot right on the curb.
Like the curtilage here? On the
Yeah,
grassy area, or?
Yeah, well, in that particular area, it's brick, but it's between the area that goes between the curb and the sidewalk.
Okay.
There's usually like a little. On some streets it would be grassy, but on that particular one it's paved.
And
So we were able to have some of our group was sitting on blankets right on the curb, like as it was a seat, and then some of us were sitting one row back in like lawn chairs and stuff.
okay. And you had indicated that you saw and heard a vehicle. What did you hear?
Well, I said I heard commotion,
Oh, okay.
not parade-like.
Okay.
So, normally at a parade there's, laughing and screaming of delight. But I heard a lot of yelling and screaming that was not parade-like. That's why I guess it got my attention to turn to the left.
And as you saw this individual driving the vehicle, could you make any other observations? Like, was
He's
he
on a mission.
How do you mean?
He's driving like this and he was
Two hands on the
straight
wheel?
ahead, trying to. Well, I don't know what he was. I wouldn't know at the time. I didn't know what he was trying to do.
What
Actually,
you showed me was two hands on the wheel.
Yeah, and he was like very focused ahead, very focused.
Did it seem like he was trying to swerve away from people, towards people? Could you tell by the way he was driving?
The first thought in my head was he was fleeing, trying to get away from something. So when I turned and looked at the left,
Mm-hmm.
maybe he was a half a block. But the marchers, I couldn't say what group was marching or, walking or participating in the parade. But then his truck was here, coming at me.
So he's going by the marchers?
He was coming around between the curb and the marchers. So at that point, I don't remember if they were scattering to the sidewalk, because there was a lot of screaming, and I think a lot of people were. I would surmise they were screaming, "Get out of the way" or whatever, but I can't say I heard that words because it was all happening at once. But I remember seeing the car coming straight down well, if it was coming at us, it would have been in the parking lane, in the direction of the correct direction of travel, if there were
Did he
cars.
hit the curb at any point that you could see?
I don't know. Not that I saw that he hit the curb at that point, because he came around the marchers at that point, and I think there was like a break there was a little break in front of us, and he was looking for the opening. But that's right in front of our
So when you say a break, like a break in the parade?
He was looking for an opening to get through. The faster, the better.
Okay. And then,
By that time, he was already past.
so at first he was coming right at you. Did you guys move out of the way, or did he swerve so he didn't hit you?
I think he was, by that time, he was already turning. Well, I shouldn't say turning is the wrong word. I should say kind of drifting off to the middle of the road. Because we had a light pole right next to us, a big light pole.
Oh,
So he may have seen that. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But if I was trying to get away from somebody, I sure wouldn't go towards the light pole. But yeah, we had a light pole, a street lamp or whatever.
all right. So he kind of veers off to the middle of the road, and then what?
And then he's off. He's off, already past us.
Was he maintaining the same speed, or?
If I had to guess it, I would say he was accelerating.
Do you base that on visual, or were you hearing
I don't know.
anything? Okay.
I know he wasn't slowing down though. If I had to think back, maybe there was some. But it's hard to tell when you have the direction of travel when somebody's coming in front. When like a motorcycle goes past you,
Mm-hmm.
you can't really tell if it's speeding up or not, because then all of a sudden you hear the tailpipes, which makes it sound louder.
True. Okay, so after he kind of veers off the middle,
But then there's
and then he
there's
keeps
the
going.
corner,
Okay.
which is where it turns, which is only like, from here to the end of that's where the road turns.
Okay.
And because right there at the end of that road is a war memorial,
Okay.
so that's got a bunch of big pillars and stuff, so you couldn't go straight. Well, you could try, but
So we got to the
there's
corner.
a bunch of concrete, like
Oh, massive. Okay.
it's statues and stuff.
Sure.
It's a war memorial, so it's like, big gigantic concrete abutments and such.
Okay.
So he had to make that turn.
To the right or the left?
If he was going, it would be turned to the left.
And then out of your sight, or could you see where he went after that?
No, because then there's too many buildings in the way. By that time, I was already going that way. I was already moving to the.
You were going where?
So my wife, so that all happened so quickly, and then all of a sudden we're hearing, like lots of screaming and so forth. And then I turned around to make sure my family was okay. And then my wife said, "Go."
She said go?
Yeah,
Go. What did...
I'm a nurse practitioner.
Oh, okay. Okay. Where did you go then?
I went to help people that were injured.
Would to the area where the vehicle
people
had
that were
come?
on the ground.
Okay. And they were to your
So
left?
that would have been to my left. That would be going back up the parade route to the east.
And who did you go help at that point?
After that, it's a kind of a blur.
Understood.
There were many people on the ground, and so I just kept triaging people. And as I was triaging, I was moving forward because I was trying to find the people that were hurt the worst. And then I eventually settled on helping one of the paramedics. He was a off-duty paramedic with a particular lady that was pretty badly injured.
How was she? Do you remember how she was injured? What injuries she had?
Well, at first she wasn't conscious, but then she came around. from here on in, this is obviously conjecture because I don't know. I didn't have a X-ray machine or CT scanner out on the road, but we're pretty sure she had a skull fracture.
Did you stay with her until other help arrived, or?
Right, because eventually enough of the paid departments showed up, and EMS or whatever you want to call it, and then we were able to finally have one of them grab us a backboard so we could put her on. They were able to grab us a backboard and a seat collar, so we were able to get her ready to move.
Do you remember her talking to you at all?
Yeah, she just kept saying my head hurts.
Do you know her name by chance? Or
Her
anything?
name was Betty.
Betty?
And the only reason we know that is because one of her, she was part of the Dancing Grannies.
Okay. So older female?
Right. I couldn't tell you the age, so I'm sure you can find that out.
Yeah.
And then, so we, one of the ambulance crews came and got us and said that we can load her up, and that's the last I saw her.
You said an ambulance came? Or
One of the ambulance crews.
okay.
I couldn't tell you which department though.
And she was loaded up then?
Yeah, we got her loaded in, and then they took off to somewhere. And then I stuck around for a little while, and I helped out a little bit more with some odds and ends here and there, whatever the. By that time, most of the people were fortunate enough to have gotten rides out of the area.
The injured people?
Yeah. I think after we loaded up Betty, there were maybe 5 or 6 that were in the staging area, which is right in front of the Steaming Cup restaurant.
When you first started approaching the area, you said you saw a lot of bodies.
Well,
Best guess, I mean, how many people?
when I shouldn't use the word bodies. I should
or
use the
well,
word
people, injured people.
There's 1, 2, 3. There were like, I know of like 4 already on the ground. I know of 4 on the ground before I got to Betty, and they already had people around them, so that's partly why I kept moving.
Okay.
Because you can kind of tell when the folks that are helping the person are somewhat medically trained, because
Okay.
you can kind of just pick that out.
So those 4 you could see had people who somewhat knew what they
Right.
were doing,
Right,
and that's why you went to Betty.
right.
Okay. Was anybody around Betty when you got there?
Yeah,
The off-duty EMT.
yeah,
Okay.
but I think he was kind of by himself, so
Okay.
I was just looking for people that were, all happen within like literally seconds.
Did you hear any statements made from any injured people or anybody about?
No,
Yeah.
because of the ones that were on the ground weren't talking.
Okay. And then the only thing that Betty said is she's saying that her head hurt.
Yeah, she wasn't conscious at first.
Okay. But you didn't see how that happened to her. I mean, you didn't see it.
Did I see the car run her over? No.
Okay. That's. But did you see? Did you see that car when it was going for the opening or any time before or after that, did you see the car actually make contact with any people?
Not that I could.
Okay.
Not that I could definitively. I mean, not like a front end hit. No. Plus, it was, it was a half a block away, and I was. No, to answer your question, no, I couldn't say that I saw it hit somebody.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah.
You don't have any pictures or video?
No, I don't.
Okay. That's just one thing we're asking anybody.
Yeah.
So,
No, that'd be nice. No, I didn't.
there,
Like a lot of people were probably filming the parade.
right. Surprisingly, there's a lot of video. So,
Yeah.
and you said you're a nurse practitioner.
Yes.
Where do you work? Is there anything else that you can think of that I didn't ask or that we didn't talk about that may be a significance about what happened on Sunday?
No, I've never done this before, so.
That's fine. And it's
I mean,
just trying to sometimes it's best not so force,
right.
what you remember, but
And I just remember I remember all the screaming to my left. Or maybe it was just a lot of yelling. Maybe screaming is the wrong word, but a lot of yelling. But it wasn't yelling like, "Oh, that's a cool float" or something like that.
Mhm.
It was abnormal. And then all of a sudden you see this, vehicle. When it's first coming at you, it's hard to tell. But you see this vehicle and it's going rather quick or rather fast. And my first thought was, once I figured out it was not part of the parade, because at first when you look, you just see it, it's a still picture until your brain goes, oh, it's moving. And it's got a crushed hood. And my first thought was that he's fleeing.
yeah. Did the observation you made of the driver, was that through the windshield or
Through the
a
windshield.
side window?
It's through the windshield.
Through the windshield.
Because by the time it was moving past from in front, it was going too quickly.
And so the people that were seated on the curb in front of you, did they have to jump out of the way to avoid getting hit? Or did it happen so quick?
It happened really so fast. He was cooking.
Yeah.
So he was literally down, from the doorway to the, whatever.
Or he turned.
Your visual, your line of vision is like here. It's like.
That's understood. All right.
He was going fast.
Yeah.
I think earlier he was probably going a little slower from the videos that I saw. But by the time he was getting down to us, he had an opening.
Mm-hmm.
And he could see the opening, and I think that's where he was going.
So if you were, like you said earlier, if we had talked to you 5 minutes after this happened, if you were shown a photo of this individual at the time, then do you think you'd be able to identify him?
No.
Okay.
It was, you had the windshield, and there was probably glare off of it, so you don't get it's not like you and I are sitting across from each other.
And so if the parade, what time was this about? Do you remember?
Well, I could tell you now because everybody's got video and all that. But if you had to ask me when it happened, like we said, like 5 minutes. If you'd asked me 5 minutes after, I'd be like, I don't know, partway through the parade.
The parade started at what time?
Well, the parade kicked off at 4 at the far end, and then however long it takes you to get to you is another 5-10 minutes. So we're probably into the parade like 20 minutes. If you had to ask me, right, like So I'm assuming it's around
approximately
probably 4:30ish.
Okay.
You know, but I'm not watching the clock. I'm watching the parade.
No, it's understood. That's why you're there.
Yeah. No, you guys gotta get this down. So try and corroborate everything.
No, and what you said is correct. I mean, just going off what you remember, that's all we ask. So, well, if you can think of anything else, if something else comes to your head, like later on, and you feel like you should tell us, I mean, I can provide you with a phone number and you can reach us. That's not a problem.
But it happened relatively quickly. Because it's a surreal thing, because you don't expect a speeding car to be coming through the parade route,
right?
And then once he cruised through, because when he was coming around the people that were to the left of me, and he was going towards this, it'd be to the west.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that he was not, it didn't look to me like he was aiming for people. He was looking like he was trying to get away. Which now we know that was or at least according to the what the media says.
Right. Did you talk to anybody that night? As far as investigators or law enforcement?
Not specifically. The reason that you have my name is because I think one of the gentlemen that was taking down names was there and just grabbed me.
Okay.
And he said, "Do you want to? If we need you, will you come tell us what? He said, if we need you, will you be available?" And I said, "Sure."
We appreciate you.
Yeah.
Come and talk to us. So. All right.
Hi everyone, this is Kori, and as we continue through our Waukesha Parade series, I have another interview that was done immediately following the parade incident, and this interview is with Kori Runkel. Now, Kori Runkel was Darrell Brooks's estranged girlfriend's friend at the time. She was staying at a women's shelter, and that's where she met Kori. And Kori was actually trying to help her get away from Brooks as much as she possibly could, because Erica was still kind of going, she's kind of, he was still manipulating her, So, she was a good friend to her, and this also plays in with Nick Kirby's interview. So if you haven't watched that, you might want to watch his and hers back to back, kind of get a good feel for it all. And with that, let's listen in.
This is Detective Ed House Employment 361. This will be for IR 21-47577. I am with a Kori, spelled Kori, middle C, last name 93. It's 2:10 p.m. on 11/22 of 2021. We're in a parking lot at the Dollar Store on Northeast Avenue in the city of Waukesha. So, can you tell me, Kori, first of all, did I identify you correctly?
Yeah.
Okay. And you are friends with Erica Patterson?
Yeah.
And do you know a gentleman named Darrell Brooks? Or how do you know him?
I barely met him yesterday, and when he was sitting there being mean to Erica and all that stuff.
Okay. Can you describe being mean to her?
He was sitting there yelling at her, is like trying to get her in the car, and when me and Nick popped up, I heard her yelling, and it was like I saw him swerve a little bit.
And saw him swerve?
Yeah, he swerved into her a little bit, and then I had
Does
to go.
that mean you hit her? No problem.
He didn't hit her, but he swerved into her, and
Okay, so where were they when all this was happening?
down by the parade, like a little bit into the parade.
Is it by the school? I know you probably don't know the streets around here, but White Rock, there's a school and then a park.
I think it's White Rock.
Okay. By the school?
Yeah.
Alright. So were they in their car, out of their car?
No, she was running away from him, telling him to leave her alone, and I went running over there because I saw him swerve a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
and I ended up stopping her, and he jumped out of his car. Nick was with me, and he started yelling at Nick, telling Nick that, said that something, I forgot what it was, but he was telling Erica he was going to kill her and all that stuff. He's like going to smash
heard
his
him say
face
that?
in. Yep. He's going to smash her face in and just beat the
Daryl's
shit
saying
out of
this
her.
about
Erica.
Erica. I'm gonna smash your face in. I'm gonna kill her.
And then he was also saying stuff to Nick, and he went to go after Erica, so I got between him and Erica, and he ended up hitting me, like shoving my face, and that I do not know what happened from there.
Okay. So you actually heard him say, "I'm gonna smash her." Erica's. I'm gonna smash your face in. I'm gonna kill you.
Yeah,
And you just met this guy yesterday.
yeah.
And how long have you known Erica?
I've known her for like 2 weeks now.
From the shelter.
Yeah. She's my roommate.
Okay. Did you ever see Daryl hit her?
Huh, he didn't get the chance. I got between him.
Was he trying to?
Yeah, he was.
And then when you got in between them, that's when you got shoved in the face?
Mm-hmm.
Apparently Erica had a black eye.
Yeah, he hit her.
Do you know
While
when
she
that
was in a
happened?
car, probably. Because she told me that, actually she called Nick, and she told Nick that he's hitting her, and, that to come find her. She told us where she was, and she told us that she was up by the park, and then somehow she got up to the freaking, what's it called? She didn't even know where she was. She
So
just
you guys
followed a
went and
bunch of
looked
people.
for her, and then did you, Nick, I talked to Nick too, and he said he had heard Erica like screaming, like, "I'm not gonna have sex with you."
Yeah,
You heard that too?
Yeah.
So you guys were out looking for her, and you didn't know they were in the car, but did you see the car parked on the street?
no, it was a park. He was driving, and she was running off from him, saying that. And he's almost beat your ass and all that. And I don't know. I was like,
So the black eye that she got, you think it's from yesterday, or do you think it was from before that?
it's from yesterday.
And did she say that?
Yeah, it was. She didn't have it before, but on Saturday she came home and freaking. She was all saying that he was stalking her. I was like, really? So that's why I'm always hanging out with her and walking around with her.
What's his deal?
I don't know.
Did she say anything about Daryl using drugs or taking anything yesterday?
Oh, he looked like he was on something yesterday. I mean, I don't know what the drugs do, like what certain drugs do, but he looked like he was on something yesterday.
Okay, so then him and Nick get into it, and then at some point Daryl gets back into his car.
Yeah, and then he heads out, like blazes out.
Speeding. Like, any idea how fast? Over the speed limit?
Yeah, over the speed limit. That's all I gotta say.
Do you remember where you last saw him? And as he's driving away?
So we are facing this way.
On
He
White
turns,
Rock?
yeah, he turns this way.
Yeah, he probably turned around a little bit. I'm thinking if you're on White Rock, he probably goes down White Rock and turns left.
Yeah.
Okay. that's the last you saw of him?
Mm-hmm.
Was he saying anything like as he's driving off? Like,
Just
other
all
than
he
being
says is,
pissed?
yeah, all he says is, fuck you, bitches, like, you're fucking dead. And then drove off.
And then pretty much from there, not shortly after that,
We talked to a cop, and that cop headed out because of gun shootings. So, yeah.
when did you put two and two together that was probably Daryl involved in that?
Once that was on the news,
If you had to guess, why do you think Daryl would have driven through the parade like that?
don't know, probably on drugs.
Drugs?
Yeah. He looked like he was kind of messed up on some.
Eric has never told you what kind of drugs he used or anything like that?
Nope.
Okay. So you didn't see him hit her just yesterday, but she had called Nick saying
He was
that
hitting
he was
her.
hitting on her, and
Yeah.
the black eye must have happened yesterday because she didn't have it on Saturday, and you'd know because you were
Yeah.
there at the women's side.
114, 1024, hi Ida, Penny Eastern Over County, guys on 10-7.
Do you remember what time this was at about?
114 years there.
After the parade was over.
Well, the squabbling stuff must have been going on before the parade, because then he drives through the parade from there.
Yeah. Well, it was like right when everyone was leaving from the parade. I'm not sure. Probably before, no, like a little bit before the parades ended, but I'm not sure.
Okay. And then from there, you, Nick, and Erica walked back to the women's center here
Yeah.
after you talked to this
Yeah.
cop.
Yeah.
So the fight already happened between,
Erica and him.
and then you guys reported to the cop that's sitting on the corner, and then from there you walked back to the women's center.
Yeah.
That sounds right.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you can think of that sticks out in your mind about what happened?
No. Besides the fact that I hope that she's safe.
She'll be safe from him. What do you mean?
Oh, yeah.
He ain't going anywhere.
Because, yeah, that kind of just did set off one of my triggers. Is because my baby daddy was abusive to me, too. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, she put your mind at ease. She'll be safe from this guy.
I hope so.
All right. I don't know if I remember if I called you from my cell phone or from my desk phone number, but whatever number I called you from, you can use that to get in touch with me if you think of anything else or anybody else that was around that you can think of that might have information about all this. No.
No, just a bunch of kids and parents
Okay.
walking.
Was there ever a knife involved? Because initially we got a call that
No.
it was like a knife thing over there.
No. Why? Because I heard that off of, my auntie texted me, are you okay? I was like, yeah. I was like, well, apparently this guy was in a knife fight and he was trying to get away from a knife.
And there's no truth to that you know.
Yeah, no, there isn't. Because me and Eric are not allowed to have knives. Nick does not have a knife.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Not sure where that came from then. Do you remember a time Erica called you to tell you that this was going on?
I have no idea. I forgot. It was like... What time did the thing close? Stop going.
It was after 5, I think. Ruckus went on.
Oh, yeah, I think it was like 4:49, 4:50. No, not 50, 4:30. Around there.
And what's your cell number that she would have called you at?
Nick's number. My phone was turned off. I could get that number.
Oh, so she called Nick now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You got Nick's number?
Yeah, I got
Okay.
it. And then, I got your number from him, but what is your number again? Okay. I think that'll do her. Thank you very much for meeting with me.
Yeah.
If anything else, I'll give you a call, but I can put you both in first. So
Okay, thank you.
good luck to you. That'll end the interview with Kori Runkel regarding this investigation. Detective NL is in play number 361. Time is 2:24 p.m.
Okay, what's your name?
Megan, Megan.
All right. Where were you were there at the parade then on Sunday?
Yeah, my boyfriend lives at the Loft Apartments, which is overlooking Main Street.
And my understanding is that you were in one of the balconies.
Yeah,
there,
we're on
or-
the balcony.
Do you know the address for the Loft Apartments, or?
Not by heart, but
Not
I
by
can
heart?
look it up.
Okay, I can look it up too.
Okay.
What apartment were you in? Okay, and then we might be able to get that from your boyfriend too. What's your boyfriend's name?
Andrew. I know he was. They talked to him yesterday.
They've already interviewed him.
Yeah, he's
Okay.
in Indiana right now,
Okay.
but his number is.
Do you know what department interviewed him?
I think it was the same guy, maybe. I
Same
don't
guy?
know
Okay.
if he. Yeah, no, I don't know the address by heart.
Okay, I can look it up.
Okay.
I think there's only one Loft Apartment.
Yeah,
building
the
in that
Lofts.
area.
Yeah,
the
it's right
Lofts,
across
okay.
the street from the Wisconsin House and
Okay.
the tattoo shop.
Okay. All right. So what? Tell me what happened. What did you see? And is this something that you actually saw? Or you just heard, or is it
No, we
third-hand
saw.
information?
We saw. I mean, we didn't see the shooting.
Uh-huh.
So we were watching the parade, and like around like 4:36 or something like that. I mean, I have videos of it after. I don't have it like happening.
Okay.
It was right when like the cousin subs were coming down, and then all of a sudden a car came out of nowhere. We saw, and then I mean, it all happened really quickly. I saw the like 3 or 4 people get hit, and then it looked like it was coming towards like it was coming down the street and it was going towards the right, which is where we were standing.
Mhm.
So my boyfriend pushed me into the apartment because we thought it was going to hit the apartment complex.
Okay.
But it swerved the other way.
It's over the other way.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it like ran over, like hit people, and then but there were people like all below us, but none of them were hit. And then it kept going down, and that's where it's the curb, and then that's where it hit the barrier. Or we didn't see that, but then we heard the shots, so we thought it was the car that was shooting, not the other way
Okay.
around.
So, and describe the car that you saw. And I know.
It was a red. To me, it looked like a Jeep. But I'm not good with cars, and it also, I mean, it was like there's a lot of stuff on the hood. Like it looked like it had hit things.
So there was a lot of stuff on the hood, meaning like a lot of damage on the hood.
Yeah.
Okay.
The other thought it was weird that it was in the parade, because like people thought it was like, because there was a lot of old like cars following the group, so we kind of
Mhm.
thought it was kind of like that. But then it was good, like took us a lot of speed,
Okay.
and then went through them. Everybody was screaming.
Okay. And from what you saw, do you tell me what you thought when you saw the car? Obviously, you thought at first it was part of the parade, but did you think that it was like an accidental thing, or did you think that he was intentionally trying to do something, or describe what you in your mind, what was going through your mind when you saw it?
The driver hit people, but then it went around. I mean, there were plenty of people that were sitting like right, on the street, and there was plenty of like little kids just dancing out.
Mhm.
And then there was like a group of girls dancing, but they got out of the way because everybody started screaming.
Everybody-
So
okay.
it swerved. The car did swerve like this way, because that's why my boyfriend thought it was going to hit our building,
Mhm.
but it didn't. It went that way, so it went around like that.
Okay. When he swerved, did you think he was swerving to avoid hitting people, or did you think he was swerving to attempt to try to hit people?
And after seeing like hitting the people, I mean, there's plenty of more people you could have hit.
Okay.
So, I
Okay.
mean, you really didn't know what was going on. I can't really say.
Were you able to see like roughly how many people he hit?
Like, well, I saw 5 people get put into stretchers, like put into the ambulance.
This was after the fact.
Yeah,
okay.
after the fact. Yeah.
Did you actually see somebody get hit, or did
Yeah,
you?
we saw some. At least I think like 3.
3.
3 or 4.
Were you able to see if they were adults or kids?
No, it was too far.
Too far.
But from once watching them get put into the stretcher, it appeared to be adults because they're
Okay.
long.
So you're in the balcony, 2nd floor,
Mm-hmm.
and then you said it was too far. How far were you from where he was hitting people, or that you saw the car?
Can I show you?
Yes.
That'd be easier for me to. Yeah, 2nd floor. So, so this was right before it happened. Like it was like right over here. So then like, this was right after.
Oh my God. Somebody just drove through the parade route. There are people down.
So you're okay.
So then, yeah, and then over there are people like down right up over there.
Okay, so you're.
And then it was the sound noise.
Where's the car? Did you catch the car, the actual car, or no?
No.
Or you just caught like where it all happened?
It was right after. I mean, the kids were in
This was all
here.
after.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Somebody just drove through the parade route. There are people down.
Okay.
Yeah.
How many videos and pictures do you have in there?
From there, from after it or before the, like we took like after the thing happened.
If you caught the car, if not,
I
then
don't
it
have
would
any
be
of
after.
the.
Nothing
I
before.
don't have the car.
It was
no.
just all after.
Yeah, it was all after.
Okay.
I have 1, 2, 3, and then we were there. I mean, we were stuck in the apartment.
Yeah.
So
is
after
that an iPhone or?
Yeah, it's an iPhone.
Are you able to airdrop them?
Sure.
Let me see if it'll. If you open your airdrop thing, what do you see in
Says
there?
no people. Or,
No people. Let me see here if we can.
Oh.
Something popped up.
Are you Bob's personal
Yeah,
phone? Okay.
yeah. It's just a picture of the
Stop.
table. Go ahead and take it, and
Okay.
maybe that'll open up your.
Okay. So then.
Now try to send one and see if it'll airdrop.
It still says no people found.
Still nothing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm trying to see in my airdrop if I have it like. Oh yeah, receiving everyone. Yeah. Do you want me to send you all? Of them
Yes.
from after?
Yes. Go ahead and send what you have after. I think so far I've gotten 2.
I think I sent 3.
3. Let me see. Oh, actually, yeah, you did. I got 1, 2, 3. I got 4.
Okay, yeah, done. Those are the.
Those are it?
Yeah, I mean, I have
Okay.
other like videos from just like the police tape.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
mean,
we
that's
did
fine.
that.
But other than you got the majority of this when
Yeah, that
it
was
all
it.
kind of was
Yeah.
chaotic.
When it was because then people after like the car went by and we heard the I mean what appeared to be shots.
Okay.
Everybody was running down the street. I mean, it was kind of cleared out a little bit after that video of the one where the kids are running. This groupless man and his wife and a child are running by screaming that there was an active shooter and that everybody needed to clear the area.
You said it was a man and a kid?
Yeah, and a woman too, like a family. But he was like hysterical, like screaming that there was a shooter. We all needed to hide.
And then you said you right around that time is when you said you thought you heard shots.
Yeah. Before that, like when
Before this? Okay.
so when the car came around, it appeared to us that it was going to come towards the apartment complex.
Mm-hmm.
So my boyfriend pushed me inside into the apartment, and then it went around, and then we heard the pew pew, and then it went off, and then we kind of went back out there to be like see what had happened.
Okay, so you simulated two shots. I'm assuming is what you heard.
Yeah. And then a lot of screaming.
Okay. Were you able to see the driver?
Mm.
Okay. Okay. Do you know anybody? Do you know any of the victims personally?
No.
Okay. Do you know the suspect?
Mm-mm.
Okay. And okay. Anything else that you think that we should know that I didn't ask you?
No.
Okay. Obviously, there's probably a lot of stuff you've already heard from the news and watched TV and Facebook and what have you, but what you actually saw is what you told me. There's nothing else that you can remember.
Yeah, no, that was what. Yeah,
That's pretty much
we
it.
we didn't really go on any social media. They cut the power, or the power went out,
Uh-huh.
and both of our phones were really low, so we
Okay.
both had to kind of just stay.
Stay where you were at?
We just yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I think that's it. And this all happened. You did give me a time, I believe, 3.
I mean, from the last
Actually,
of the video,
4:36?
yeah, because the one video was at 4:39, so it had to been like 4 minutes prior to
4
that.
minutes prior.
Is
So
what
that
it
says
came.
4:36 is when you said that. Okay. Okay, that's it. If you think of anything else, obviously it won't even show up on your drop us a number, but here's my card.
Okay.
If anything else comes up and you remember something else that's important that we need to know, just give me a call.
Okay.
And then I can just take the rest of it over the phone.
Okay.
But, I got the videos, and that's what's important about meeting is to get any details from you, what you saw, and then collect any video
Okay.
if you saw anything.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
You have any questions?
No.
Okay.
All right, November 24th, 2021 at 12:13 p.m. What's your last name, Mason?
Kuntz, Kuntz.
And your mother?
Nicole.
What's her address? All right. So basically, we're just interviewing people regarding their observations the day of the parade.
Yeah.
So I know it's going to be hard because you've probably seen a lot on the news and on TV and social media and everything else. But I guess we're asking if you could just keep it to what you personally observed and heard or saw. Okay?
All right.
All right, thanks. So what time did you go to the parade on Sunday?
We went right at a little bit after 4.
A little after?
Yeah.
And who was we?
It was me, my dad's girlfriend, my girlfriend, and then her kids, and then some of her friends.
Okay, your dad's name? Do you know if anybody talked to him at all yet?
No, he wasn't. No, nobody talked to him yet.
What's his phone number? Okay.
All he really saw was just the car zooming past.
Okay. And your dad's girlfriend, her name?
Marissa?
Last name?
I do not know her last
Okay, that's fine. Do you happen to know her phone number?
Yes.
And your girlfriend, you said?
Yeah,
And
Kori.
how do you spell that?
Cony.
And her last name? Well, she's downstairs, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so somebody's talking to her. And then you said your girlfriend's children?
No, my dad's girlfriend's
Oh,
children.
okay.
Well,
How many
it was
kids?
Just 2.
2 kids?
Yeah.
Do you know names?
Colin and Jordan.
Colin?
Yeah.
How old is Colin about?
8, 9.
And Jordan?
Yeah, she is 11, I think.
Okay. And where did you guys sit for the parade?
We were right at like the start, like right where the turn was for the street.
Do you know the street names?
No.
Do you remember any shops in the area or anything like that?
No, not really.
Okay.
Yes. Point Bar. We were right across the street from it.
Were you in the street or on the sidewalk?
On the sidewalk.
Point Bar?
Yeah.
Across the street from there?
Yeah.
Okay. And were you in a group of people or were you kind of off by yourself?
Group.
Odd question, were you sitting or standing?
Standing.
Standing. All right. As you're watching parade, what's the first thing of significance that you either saw or heard regarding
car?
this? Yeah.
Well, we were walking back because our group was leaving, and we were walking back, and we looked down and we see this red SUV zoom past us like 40 miles an hour, almost hit. The last people in the parade was Santa, and then the deer, and he almost hit the deer and some woman, but he swerved out of the way, and then that was about all we saw, and then we kept walking.
Do you know what street that was on? Was that right where you were watching the parade?
No, it was, I don't know the name, so do you know the route where it was like this? Where like one of the, like, it was like a little...
Yeah, I can bring it up.
Okay,
That doesn't have the street names on
so
it.
this is the start right here.
Okay.
We were walking down this way.
So
Yeah,
away
we
from
were,
the start?
Yeah, we were walking.
So if
yeah,
this is, I think this is Main Street.
Yeah, we were walking away from it, so...
Okay.
Yeah, so we were walking that way.
And then you said you saw a red SUV?
Yeah.
Could you tell what kind of vehicle it was other than a red SUV?
A red Ford, I think.
Could you see inside?
No, I didn't see inside. He was going too fast.
Was it near you or away from you?
Near me.
Near you? All right. Were you in the sidewalk or the street when you were walking away?
I was sidewalk, grass, curb. Right
And
around
he
there.
was on the road?
Yeah, he was on the road.
Was he going in the same direction as you or the opposite
Opposite.
direction? Okay. And you said that he drove on the street and swerved to avoid hitting the deer?
Yeah, the deer.
Was there anybody standing there or just a deer?
Yeah, the woman holding the leashes.
When he swerved, was there anybody standing in his path as after he swerved? Was there a group?
No.
Okay. And then was he on the road the whole time?
Yeah.
Okay, so after he swerved, what did you see him do?
After he swerved, I just see him. He kept going, and then he went. I thought that he was just on the road, like, like he was just there, and then he was gonna turn out. So then I looked away, but I did see him. I saw him keep going, but then I looked away, and then I didn't see anything else.
Kept going on the road?
Yeah.
Like
I just
where the parade was?
Yeah, I just saw him like continue.
Did Do you guys find anything odd about that, or?
Yeah, we did. We all did. We were like, "What the heck? What was that? Like, what were you doing?" And then when we kept walking down, Coney was like, there wasn't a barricade there, because then when we kept walking, there was a cop there now. So then we were all like, "What the hell? Like, what happened?" And we got back to the house that we were at, and then a couple extreme dancers, or a couple kids told us that the car hit some extreme dancers, and then Coney called her cousin, and then her cousin was crying, and then Coney was like, because her cousin was in the parade, and her cousin got hit.
She got hit?
Yeah.
Is she okay?
Yeah, she's doing fine. She's at the house. And then we ran down there instantly, so we were there for like the whole aftermath.
All right.
From like start to finish.
So, is your house close to the parade?
The house that we were at?
Yeah.
That one was.
Okay, so you went back, but everything was. Everything had already happened.
Yeah, so we went back and we got to the house, and a couple kids told us that the extreme dancers got hit.
Okay, and then what happened when you got back? What did you do then?
When we got back to the house?
When you got back to the parade?
We searched everywhere for her cousin. Couldn't find her.
Were people clearing out at that time?
Yeah, people. Yeah, when we were going down there was like kid after kid, side by side, people around them, still looking for her. Then I heard a couple shots, and then we took shelter in the theater.
You heard shots then?
Yeah, we were in the theater, and then I went out to go see if I could find Yeretzi, and then I heard shots, and then I took cover in the Civic Theater.
What time do you think it was that you were walking away and saw the car go through?
About 4:30. 4:30, yeah, around there, 4:35.
And then you went back to the house. At what time do you think you went back to the parade?
6:50.
6:50?
Yeah.
So it was about hour.
Not 6:50. Sorry, 4:50.
Oh, so 20 minutes. About 20 minutes later.
When did the hit happen? Like, when did he run over the kids?
I don't know exact time.
Cause it was, I would say like, 4:50. I'm gonna stick with 4:50.
So, how much time do you think it passed from the time that you first saw the car to when you heard the shots?
I heard the shots. 30 minutes.
Are you sure they were gunshots?
I'm not 100% sure. I thought they were.
How many did you hear?
2 to 3.
And could you tell where they were coming from?
No.
Were they close or far?
Middle, you could say.
And as you're looking for your girlfriend's cousin, did you see any victims? Anybody injured?
Yeah, I saw a lot.
Okay.
I saw. You want to know how many?
Yeah, sure.
Like 6.
And what kind of injuries could you tell, or?
No.
And could you tell age of people, or?
No, there's too many people surrounding them.
Were they in the road or sidewalk on the
Road.
grass? And I'm assuming that it was on the parade route. And they all had people around them?
Yeah.
Did you ever find your girlfriend's cousin?
Yeah.
Where was she?
In a bakery. Like two stores next to the Civic Theater. I don't know what the name was.
In a bakery?
Yeah.
What kind? Did she have injuries?
Yeah, fractured hip, I think.
Was she being tended to?
Yeah.
By who?
We got there, and then like two or 3 minutes after we got there, 2 or 3 cops came in, paramedics.
2 to 3 cops with paramedics?
Yeah, and then 2 firemen.
So about 6 people?
Yeah.
And that was 2 to 3 minutes after you saw her?
Yeah.
Who was with her when you first saw her?
Her sister, Katsali, mom, dad, and brother.
Okay. And what'd you do then?
When we saw her?
Well, after you saw her, did you talk to her at all?
Yeah, Etsy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I asked her if she was okay, and then I kind of just let the paramedics do their thing.
Okay, what'd you guys do then?
Just sat there.
Okay.
We just sat on the wall.
And then how long did you think you stayed there?
In the store, or just like at the parade itself?
Either one. How about the store?
Store, say 20 minutes.
And then at the parade itself?
25.
So you left about 5 minutes after?
About like the whole thing. Okay, we left, I'd say 40, 45 minutes.
What'd you do after the store?
We waited for Yeretsi to get loaded into the ambulance.
Okay.
Or to find one.
And then you left?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And you said you could not see inside the vehicle or it drove fast, going too fast? All right. Anything else that you think you feel is important that we didn't cover?
No.
Okay. All right, well, thanks for coming in and talking. Can drive?
Can drive.
Can drive.
Yeah, you're supposed to put that right.
All right. Let's see here.
Hopefully you guys have gotten
So you know who we are. Scott Marlick. We're both with
Yeah.
Department of Justice.
Bob one is here. Get all the 11:23 and 12:56. Okay. Well, I get you. Let me get right down your.
Yeah, I'll give you everything you need right there. I hope there were a lot of people who gave their names and stuff. There were. Lots and lots of
Yeah. It's and they're still coming in. I mean, it was a little chaotic out there.
people. Oh God, yeah. It was awful. That's what it was.
Yeah, there's no question.
Yeah.
68. All right. And then which? Oh, actually, is your address on this one?
It is.
I'll write that down real quick. Okay. What's your phone number? Okay. So obviously he explained who we are. We work for the Department of Justice. We're trying to get all the interviews done from anybody that saw anything, anybody that was there.
Okay.
Did you actually see something when you were there?
We saw. I don't know if you're familiar with the parade route or the incident. But, So this is obviously the parade route. We were sitting at the intersection. We were at in front of just in front of the Steaming Cup restaurant, which is on the
Steaming
corner.
Cup, okay.
Yeah, it's on the corner of Clinton and Main. So that's really right where all 5 fatalities occurred.
Okay.
So
You were right in front of that,
we were
the
right,
restaurant?
Yeah, we were right in front of there, within a few feet plus or minus this way.
Okay.
I printed this out for you. This is the Steaming Cup Restaurant. The street that is right here, that's Clinton, and this is Main Street
Okay.
right here. What they do is there's angled parking. And
Okay.
It's kind of a distorted picture from the Google Maps image. But on this angled parking, the kids sit kind of right up at the edge of these lines.
Okay, so they're not at the sidewalk.
They're not at the sidewalk. No, we're
on this
actually
side?
in the street.
Okay.
Yeah, we were sitting in the second row of people. There were no kids directly in front of us.
Okay.
There was a large group of families in front of us because obviously the kids are in the front row so they can get the candy and so on.
Right.
There's actually a third row of people behind us, which is kind of at the edge of the sidewalk.
The sidewalk, okay.
area. Yeah.
And were there cars parked all along?
No cars. There were no cars. This is a Google
Okay.
Street. There were people here. There was a gap. Some friends of ours had come to watch the parade, and they had left shortly after the Waukesha North Band went through. So
Okay.
they left midway through the parade, roughly. So
Okay.
there was a gap of people here. There was nobody directly in front of us.
Okay.
At the time.
All right, and I'm assuming the parade's coming
Parade
this
is
way?
coming correct. That is
Okay.
correct. It's coming from my left to my right.
Okay, and it was you and your wife that were there together?
Just the two of us, right? Our daughter was actually marching in the parade. She was a drum major for the Waukesha North Band.
Okay.
And as we found out later, by the time the incident happened, she had already cleared the parade.
She had already
route.
cleared everything?
She had already
Okay, well,
cleared the route, yes.
That's good. So you were there, and then what time did all this happen? Do you remember?
I can tell you I can tell you when shortly after the woman was struck, I called 911.
Okay.
I sat on hold for 2 minutes. They did not pick up. We just saw her get struck at first, and so we thought this was like maybe it's best if I tell you and give you the timeline.
Yes.
We were watching the parade, and there was a gap in the parade, and I leaned over to my wife. I said, "I bet the dancing grannies are next because they move slower than other people, so
Right.
the parade kind of runs at their route or their speed from there on." The dancing grannies passed us, and as soon as they were past us, there were some people from Citizens Bank who were handing out candy to the kids.
Okay.
Including one of the decedents, Jane Coolidge. We did not know her at the time. We've since learned her name and
Okay.
found an association. They were coming down the street. We heard a shout or like crowd noise coming from upstream of the parade, and I stood up from my chair, took a step forward to be in front of the kids, and looked to my left to see what everybody was cheering for. We thought it was like when cheering is noise. We thought maybe they were doing something different with Santa and the
Okay.
kids. And when I looked, I saw the suspect vehicle was in the to the right of the float car for the Citizens Bank. It was approximately 15 yards to my left. I could tell it was traveling at a high rate of speed. So if this is the position that a car would normally be in the parade, and this was the Citizens Bank vehicle, the suspect vehicle was coming along this way, significantly fast. I jumped back, realized my wife that we were far enough off that we weren't in his direct path at this point. I believe that the woman who was struck was like about here. The car kind of came this way, struck her. She bounced forward, hit her again.
Okay. Real quick, so I can keep this up here. Describe the suspect vehicle.
It was a red SUV, small SUV. I found out later that it was a Ford Escape. I thought it was either a Escape or a small Blazer. I could tell it was a 2008 to 2012 kind of vintage car.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the suspect vehicle?
There was front end damage, but that's all I really noticed. I didn't even get time to identify the logo on the front.
Okay. And then were you able to see the suspect?
I did not see the suspect.
No, okay.
No, I was kind of eye level with the side of the car at that point. I guess I was kind of falling back to my chair. So I saw the side of the vehicle. I heard the engine.
Okay.
He was on the gas at that point. He was not idling. He was not going slow. We heard the thud of him hitting the Jane in front of us, and at first, I guess my mind processed that this was somebody who was part of the parade and was maybe having a medical emergency or a vehicle malfunction. So people started running and really in a couple different ways. Families were grabbing their kids and just getting out of the way,
Okay.
getting back.
The person that the vehicle hit that you actually
Yes.
saw, how close were you to that person?
Within 10 feet where she landed. My wife has a photograph showing in the photograph, our chairs have been pulled back to the sidewalk, and you can see where she's laying in the middle of the street.
Okay, within 10 feet.
Yeah, and that was Jane Coolidge, if that helps you.
How would you spell Coolidge?
Kulich. We found out last night that she's the mom of 3 people who work at the same restaurant as my daughter.
Okay.
So we did not know this before. We had never met her before or anything. It was just a unfortunate coincidence.
You found out that she's the
Mother of some employees of Chili's, where my daughter works. And now she's gonna show you her. See what I have? I'm really proud of this.
Okay. And then you did not know this person until
we did not
you
know
just
her.
found out who she was later on.
We deduced who she was from seeing the names when they released
Okay.
the victims list on Sunday.
Okay. And then, so you saw the vehicle hit this person?
Struck her in front of us, yes.
Okay.
And then, as I said, there was the families and stuff were kind of running away. A group of people started running towards her. There were probably 10 or 12 people that ran towards her to try and render first aid.
Okay.
I know one of those people is a friend of ours named Dale Matthews. He performed CPR on her. There was Dale and another person performed CPR on her for about 10 or 12 minutes until the paramedics arrived.
Who are the people that were performing CPR?
Dale, I don't have contact information of him. He's my wife may have a way to get a hold of him.
Okay. Dale, and do you know who the
I
other
don't know.
person?
My wife would know the other person's name.
Okay.
So I'm not medically trained, nor is my wife. I told my wife to go and take our blanket over to this woman who's lying in the street and help her cover her up or cover her feet up. She was lying.
For this photo here, I'm assuming the X that you marked
That's
in this
about where
photo,
we were
that's
sitting.
where you were sitting at?
My wife was sitting directly to my
Where from this X was the person that got hit?
She was probably about here.
About on this side,
Yeah.
so she's directly across the street from
She
you,
was on the
kinda
same side of
halfway?
the street. She was on the same side of the street as me.
Okay.
Less than halfway. She was not in the middle of the street because the car wasn't in the middle of the street. It was coming, like it had just passed this car and was kind of coming this.
Okay. The person that he hit, was that a person that was a spectator, or was it one of the people that was?
She was with Citizens Bank.
Citizens Bank.
Yeah, she was with Citizens Bank. She was a parade. She was distributing candy, and I surmised that she was coming over to give candy to these kids when she was struck.
And you don't know the victim, right?
No, I've never met her. Never met. I don't. In fact,
Other than
I don't
the
even know.
name
I don't know her kids. So
you don't know her. Okay.
No, my daughter didn't know her kids either. She just knew that there were. She found out yesterday that their mom was
Okay.
killed.
And what else did you see? Anything else that you saw?
No, I mean just the stuff after. So I guess when my wife went to take the blanket over there, I took off down the road, kind of following the direction of the suspect vehicle. I firmly expected to see it like sitting up against a pole or something over there, because like I said, I thought it was somebody having a medical emergency or some sort of issue. When I did not see that and I saw other bodies in the road and people being attended to, that's when we realized this was something.
But that's when he made the turn?
This was long before he made the turn. So this
before.
occurred at this intersection. I just apologize, I don't have my glasses on I can't see that small font on here, but hang on a second. Let's do this. So this is Clinton Street right here. So the suspect vehicle continued along the parade route, and then we were told that he kind of exited the route over here somewhere.
Over here?
He did not. There's nowhere to get off.
Nowhere to
this
turn?
way. Yeah.
Okay. So this is the rough area where you were at first?
I was right here. We kind of want to keep this on.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So you were in this area, and then where did you see the rest of the bodies?
About here. I mean, it was
About there,
within
okay.
60 to 80 foot area.
60.
We saw the couple of bodies. There turned out to be some more, I guess, further down that we saw as we were leaving the area. I could see that one of the people that was being treated to on the opposite corner of Clinton and Main Street was one of the dancing grannies.
Okay.
You could tell from her outfit.
Okay.
I couldn't identify,
Okay.
which one or whatever.
So at this point, you're just 60 to 80 feet looking at the rest of the bodies, but you did not.
No,
you
I didn't.
You just
I
stayed where
didn't
you
come
were
down.
at?
Yeah, I didn't come
Okay.
down the street there. I came back and accompanied my wife, and we stood there kind of watching as they were trying to render aid and making sure that waiting for the emergency equipment to get there and so on. Once the paramedics arrived and started working on the deceased woman in front of us, we kind of backed away and were standing basically on the corner. And that's when one of the community support officers asked us if we would stick around to give our names. And we agreed to do that.
Okay. And then as soon as all this happened, you got on 911.
I called 911 as soon as it happened.
Do you have
That was
the
within
time
30
of the
seconds.
call?
Yeah,
Yeah.
4:39 is what the timestamp was on the call. If you'd like to see it, yeah. Here's the information of the call. It was started at
4:39, 2
4:39,
minutes.
and I said they never picked up. I guess while I was on the phone with 911 is when I started heading this way to see where the car ended up.
Okay.
And when I saw that there were other cars or other things there, I started walking back. That's when we realized that it was a much bigger scope and that somebody had probably already gotten through to 911.
Okay.
So that's when I hung
Okay.
up the call.
All right. Did you get any video or photos yourself?
No.
Okay.
My wife took one photograph for perspective to show where the person was in the street.
Right.
Actually, the photographs in there. We
Okay.
have not shared that with any outlets because of out of respect for.
Right. I appreciate it.
I think she'd be more than happy to share that with
Okay.
the investigator. So.
All right. Anything else that I haven't asked you you think is important that we should know about this?
Nothing else. That's
Nothing else. Okay.
Nothing earth shattering. I think they say it was just horrific and.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right. I think that's all I need from you. We'll wait for your wife, if you don't mind, and
Yeah, no
we'll
problem.
talk to her quickly. And
Yeah.
it sounds like it's going to be probably the same, but
Yeah, I don't believe she even leaned forward, so
Yeah.
she maybe could tell a little bit more what happened afterwards, but
yes,
that's
okay.
probably the pertinent information.
Is she the one that took the photo then?
She took the photo,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
so she does have that photograph.
Okay. And then obviously you don't know the suspect, right?
No.
Personally or
No.
anything other than
No.
okay,
No,
what you saw on.
no.
Okay. And all this information is this information that you actually physically saw, not what you heard on
That
TV or
is
anything?
right.
Okay.
Yes, that is. I restricted my story to what I saw in front of
Okay.
me. The only part that I heard was later on hearing the make of the vehicle.
The make of the
I
vehicle,
could tell
yeah.
it was a dark
Red
red
SUV.
Red SUV.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you if
Yeah.
it was
As far as the is what you heard, you said you heard the engine revving, like
he was
engine,
definitely
yeah.
was on the throttle. He was
On the
not. He was not coasting by. He was
Okay.
not.
when you saw him, he was on the, kind of parallel to
He was
the Citizens
Parallel
Bank.
to the Citizens Bank. I saw him
vehicle?
coming around the Citizens Bank flow.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
So.
Did you see him swerving at all or anything like that, or he just went
No,
straight through?
I when he was passing, this is when I dropped back.
Yeah.
And like I said, I guess in my head was calculating that I was back far enough.
Back far enough.
I believe he ended up angling off this way, and I think maybe my head's filling in that detail because he didn't end up against on the light post
Okay.
over here.
And at that point, as he's going through, rushing through, you saw the person getting hit.
Mm-hmm.
You looked around, you saw other parents grabbing their kids and pulling them back.
Parents are grabbing their
Okay.
kids and going. My wife was telling people to grab their kids and just go to get out because we didn't know what. Obviously, we didn't know what was going on. And like I said, when I looked to my right, I fully expected to see that car sitting up against a, against a
Okay.
traffic light.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
All right, sounds good. Well, I appreciate your time, sir. Anything else that you think? No?
It is Jacob, right?
Yes.
Okay. What's your middle? Dude, you're killing me.
I look a lot older.
What's your address? All right, so, all right, so just to start from the beginning and recapping, you were at Main and Barstow. North side of the road is where you were positioned, and you had that intersection.
Correct.
Alone.
Correct.
Okay. Other than dealing with the crowds themselves, right before this incident happened, you heard radio traffic about a knife call?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you start with there and then walk me through. I'll try to interrupt as little as possible, only maybe to clarify some points here and there.
Sure.
Okay? So start with that radio traffic and what you remember about that radio traffic.
All right. So I remember hearing Troutman on the radio talking about how at his position there was a Hispanic male and Hispanic female that came up to him saying that there was a fight with a possible knife. They just said that it was at the boat launch. I heard that. I heard the responding officers. I heard they sent like 4 of them. And then, like I said, I think it was Nick that called on the radio that was saying to slow it down, that there was nobody there. They didn't find anything. And then it was probably only like 5 minutes prior to the slow down call that Abrahamson came on the radio yelling about a red SUV that broke through the barricades at White Rock, I believe. And he was in the parade. When I heard that, I looked east, so to my left, and that's when I saw the red SUV, and I knew it was a Ford Escape. One of my old roommates had it, the same exact year and color. At that point, he hadn't hit anybody yet, but I heard him and saw him accelerate. As soon as I saw this, I started running towards this group of children that I had seen and talked to before that were running into the street trying to pick up candy from the parade floats, and I'm yelling, "Get out of the road." They couldn't hear me over the sound of the marching band and dance groups.
At that point, had the marching band crossed the intersection, or were they still in the intersection, or where were they in relation to the intersection?
If I'm remembering correctly, they're about half in, half out
of
the intersection.
Barstow, Maine.
Yes.
To the west.
Moving westbound. Yes.
Okay.
So I can't quite remember the uniforms, but
okay.
I definitely knew that those were some of the first victims that were hit, were the South Marching Band.
Okay.
I saw him accelerate and swerve, and all I saw was people being hit and hearing screams, and I saw bodies fly, and I just started running and calling for ambulances.
When you said you saw him swerve, before the intersection, the Barstow intersection, in or after?
It looked to me like it was almost out of the intersection, but he started his curve like kind of in line with my position. So kind of midway through the intersection, I guess.
So prior to the intersection, was he in the middle of the road or on one of the sides?
Prior to the intersection, he was on the north side of the road.
Okay.
And he seemed to be maintaining that, like he was driving straight, he didn't hit anybody, he wasn't swerving like in between groups or anything like that. It was just, at least from what I saw, it was just a straight line.
Okay, on the north side of the road.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, so the side closest to me.
Right.
And yeah, he gunned it and swerved in. I don't know if, he did miss those kids or if he hit them. I don't know.
Okay.
All I know for sure is that the marching band and 2 adult females were hit right immediately in front of me.
Okay. So he swerved back into the lane of traffic on Main Street?
Yes.
Okay.
He swerved into the group.
Okay. And this is the same red SUV?
Yes.
Okay.
The first 3 of the plate was Adam David Paul.
Okay.
I'm pretty positive I tried to call that out
Okay.
on the radio.
So the swerve occurred from the north side of the roadway where he was coming down Main Street, swerve into
The band.
the band, and this happened just west of Barstow, correct? Or
Slightly in the intersection,
okay,
but then out.
okay,
I think.
okay. All right. So, at any point did you see who was in the vehicle?
No, it looked like the windows were heavily tinted, and
Okay.
at that point I wasn't looking in the driver's seat, I was looking for the plate.
Okay.
As I was running to the first victims,
Okay.
that's how I caught, at least I think that was the correct plate.
Okay. Okay.
And tried to just get that information
Okay.
in case he did get away.
So, you called out that you saw the vehicle driving through these people?
Yes.
Through the band?
Well, I think when I called out, I just called for ambulances for a vehicle hit.
Okay.
And I was kind of scattered on it, but
Mm-hmm.
all I know for sure is that, I yelled out my radio number. I said, we need ambulances, multiple people hit.
Okay.
I don't remember the rest of my radio traffic.
It's okay. It's understandable. Okay. And you had said initially how many did you see get hit, or was there a number, or was it just...
I just saw a lot.
Okay.
I ran to the first people that I saw.
Okay. Okay. And these were...
2 adult females.
Okay. Were they... because you mentioned the band. Were they band members, or were they...
I think they were like people that carry the water and help out the band and are kind of like their chaperone or care people.
All right.
Because immediately in front of them there was a group of 3 band members.
Okay. So the first 2 you came to were these chaperones?
Yes, I believe that they were the chaperones.
Okay.
They may have been part of the crowd,
Okay.
but I'm just assuming based on proximity and the other bands.
Okay. So first 2 may have been band chaperones. Okay. Those first 2 that you approached, were they alert, or what was their...
They were conscious, were breathing, complaining of leg pain and back pain.
Okay.
But they were talking and breathing, and they had care with them.
Okay. There were other people with them at the time?
There was other citizens. I didn't think of at the time to ask if they were medical or not.
Okay.
But the canine search and rescue team was right at my corner as well.
Okay.
And I remember getting up from one of them, and one of the guys was right there, and I said, "You stay here with them," just because they look some sort of like an official, and they'd be easy to spot.
Right.
Plus, their whole gig is search and rescue, so I'd like to think that there was some medical training there.
Okay. And then you said you moved on to band members?
Yeah.
Okay. How many... do you remember... because...
I think it was 2 females and 1 male. They were band members. They were all relatively close together.
Okay. Do you remember what their status was? Conscious alert or something else? Or...
I believe that they were all conscious alert.
Okay.
More severe injuries than the last.
Okay.
There were minor lacerations on the head. Mostly complaining of broken limbs.
Okay.
And some back pain. I told the people that they were with, do not move them. We have ambulances coming.
Okay.
I assumed that the ambulances would be coming pretty close to my position since I was the first one that called.
Right.
But honestly, as I looked up, I just saw more and more bodies.
Okay.
So I was just trying to prioritize, look for somebody that was not responsive or
Okay.
not breathing.
So how far down the road would you say you went?
I ended up all the way at Planned Parenthood.
Oh, so you ran...
I did the whole stretch.
Okay.
If there wasn't somebody on a body,
Okay.
I went and looked for another.
Okay. All right.
That went on for quite some time, and then I was trying to find another officer, see if there was some sort of delegation that could be given out to me where I was needed most. But unfortunately, we were kind of all in the same boat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I didn't really expect that I would end up trying to delegate county and New Berlin and other resources, but I did.
Okay.
Down in front of that karate studio.
Okay.
I ended up spending a fair amount of time there doing compressions on one of the dancing grannies.
Okay.
In hindsight, she was J3 from the start.
Okay.
But
was anybody else with you at that time, or?
Damon Bacoris ended up coming up by me and helping me out with that.
Okay.
Particular female.
So as you're walking down Main Street, did you link up with anyone along the way, or was that you linked up with Damon by the karate studio?
Not to any sort of substantial effect. You know, I
Okay.
ran into Jerichoic, and we were both just kind of looking at each other like, we got to find someone because there's somebody that needs us.
Okay.
And we kind of split up there, and then, like I said, I ended up going over and spending some time with. She was obviously dead.
Okay.
But they were doing compressions, and I didn't want to give up any chance.
Who was doing compressions at that time?
It was a couple of citizens. They were RNs.
Okay. And they were doing compressions on this
Elderly female. She was one of the dancing grannies.
Okay.
She had no identification on her, so I didn't know who she was. And there was, unfortunately, 3 casualties right there. She was the one that was in the actual roadway, not pulled up on the street. And actually, she might have been one door down from the karate studio.
Okay.
Kind of in between that weird building with all the nicer cars in it.
Okay.
You know, like right there and right across from that toy shop bar.
So just past the intersection,
Just before Maple.
Just before Maple.
Yes.
Okay.
And I may not have the map right in my head, but
That's
it was
okay.
before Maple, and she was definitely in the street.
Okay.
Near the karate studio.
Okay.
So I took over compressions for the RN. She was getting tired, and I could see that.
Okay. So there was an RN there?
There was an RN. There
Okay.
were several off-duty officers from varying jurisdictions. I didn't get from where. And then off-duty paramedics as well. That luckily one of them had their med bag.
Okay.
So we were able to get her the little,
right,
oxygen thing. I was doing compressions. They were trying to hold her head up. Once we got that, that's when I remember Damien being there. I don't remember him being there earlier or not.
Okay.
But what sticks out to me is that he was helping make sure that the airway was clear so that we could give breaths.
Okay.
And we were rotating in between ourselves.
Okay.
We didn't finally move on until we put on the AED from a New Berlin police officer. It was a female officer. And it said no pulse and then no shock recommended. And then at that point, I just moved on to another casualty.
Okay. Okay. And that's still going down Main Street?
Yes.
Westbound?
Yes.
Okay.
So wherever fire ended up staging is essentially where I ended for that point. With my second victim, or of that second victim of that area, I guess. And it was, at this point, we were told by Warner, we need to have somebody stand by the bodies.
Okay.
And try to get information. And
Okay.
if they're J3, just stand by and wait.
Okay.
Since she was J3, Damon ended up staying by her.
Which one? The first one?
The
one you
female I
guys
was
were
doing, that we were
compressions
doing
on.
compressions on.
Okay.
Yes. So I ended up moving down to the next group, and it was a female with back injury and a hip injury. I got her information. I gave it to Sergeant Bergner.
Okay.
As well as somebody else. All I know for sure is that they were transported by ambulance 53 to WMH.
Okay.
And then he's got their names and addresses.
Okay.
But that female started deteriorating as we moved her, because we were trying to get her closer to the ambulances. We got a board from somebody.
Okay.
We got her on the board. I was trying to start staging people kind of by Planned Parenthood because that's where I saw the engines and ambulances.
Okay.
just because she couldn't be transported by squad, and I know that some people were being transported by squad cars to wherever. Right. And as we got there, thank God there was a paramedic with us, because he said she's starting to go into shock. The only thing I know about shock is you got to lift the legs, so I'm holding up her legs, trying to make sure that she doesn't slip into this.
Right.
She was transported shortly after.
Okay.
So, like I said, her information is with Bergner.
Okay.
I can get it to you at some point. It's still.
Don't worry about that. Yeah, don't worry about that. We can take care of that. That's not a big thing right now. So, what now? What happened after that with you? What did you? So you're still down on the furthest end of West Main, and then what?
I started looking for direction again.
Okay.
Because at this point we had a lot of resources that we didn't have before. So, casualties were able to be put in squads or ambos and taken out, and people were standing by with the fatalities, and I was just kind of aimlessly looking for something. So
Okay.
I just started making my way back down and looking for a supervisor or somebody that needed help, or try to gain information where I could. And
right.
I ended up making my way all the way back down to Barstow.
Okay.
And at that point, I remember seeing Dekarsky, Hendricks, Esser, and Warner. And Esser said that he needed me for something, but he needed me to move Fleet 47 down to south in Barstow.
Okay.
To make sure that was all blocked off, because at that point there was still a lot of traffic coming through.
Okay.
And then I parked Fleet 47 there, ended up walking northbound on Barstow to where the command post was, because they were staged just past Riverfront.
Okay.
And then I ended up directing traffic off of Riverfront until I was told to be relieved and go back to the annex.
To the annex, okay. And then at the annex you were, I guess, debriefed initially?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, we were told that we needed to wait before we could give a statement. So me and the other CSOs were sitting in the chief's conference room.
Okay. All right. At any time, did you link up with Ethan?
Yes, he was there, and he was helping us do like airway stuff with the female that we were doing compressions on by the Variety Studio.
Okay, so Ethan was there for that as well.
Yes, and I think Sabrina was floating around down there somewhere. I think she was standing on another body that was obviously J3, so I don't know how many efforts were taken on that.
Okay.
But I wasn't directly involved in that, but I do remember seeing Ethan.
Okay. So him and Damon showed up where you and these nurses were doing CPR.
Yes, because I remember them running down, and you know what? I think that they met up with me in Jerichoic, or however it worked out. But the four of us were all five, whatever. But we were all kind of right there, and we started just moving our way down, because it seemed to me that it got progressively worse around Clinton.
Okay.
In terms of injuries and damage.
Okay.
So that's kind of where we started focusing until resources got there.
Okay. All right.
I don't remember if Ethan did compressions or not, but I know that he was there.
Okay. Did okay, so you were not tapped with standing by any of the deceased, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The only one that I thought I might have been was the one that we were working on, but I had Damon stay there.
So Damon stayed with that one?
Yes.
Okay, all right.
I don't particularly know why, but I just told him, stay here. I'm going to go find somebody.
Yeah. I'm assuming those nurses had moved on as well.
Yeah, and I never caught any of their information.
It's okay. Not to worry about that.
Yeah, I think they moved on when we put on the AED because we needed to stand clear.
Yep. Okay. Is there anything else that we haven't covered to this point as far as the vehicle? Did anybody during the time you walked or went from Barstow to the 400 block of Maine, had anybody approached you with any information about, identifying the person in the vehicle, any video? Was any of that presented to you during that time?
There was one guy that said that he saw the driver.
Okay.
That was a black male.
Okay.
Smiling.
Okay.
He said that he was like almost standing up at the wheel smiling.
Okay.
As he was hitting people.
Did you recall any information about that person, or was that person passed off to someone else, or?
No.
Okay.
No, I think he was middle-aged, white.
Okay.
He had a blue line stocking cap on.
Okay. And don't worry about it. I mean, we've had citizens come forward with that kind of information. So, but just to see if anybody had presented themselves to you. Was that the only one that you recall?
That was the only one that I recall.
Okay.
And it really stuck out to me because
okay.
He said that he was smiling as he did it.
Okay. So you moved the squad car over to South, and then you remained on scene?
Yes.
Okay. How long or what was your the task you were assigned after you had moved that squad?
Traffic control.
Traffic control. Were you? You said
I was
Riverfront and Barstow?
Yes, I was on south side of Barstow, directing traffic northbound on Barstow.
Okay, all right. And you were there until you got relieved and went back to the annex?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else at this point that you can think of? Or? Okay, that's fine.
I don't think so.
Okay. I'm trying to think if there's anything else right now. When you got back to the annex, who, I guess, debriefed you?
Well, I ended up having a personal conversation with Jerichoic.
Okay.
But prior to that, it was the chaplain and I can't remember her name. One of the psychologist ladies.
Okay. Did you speak with either Sergeant Warner, Sergeant Bergner for?
For my original statement, I talked to Sergeant Bergner.
Okay.
And then I did also talk to Sergeant Warner after that. That was prior to like the whole peer review thing and whatnot.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to gauge who spoke to whom as far as the initial information was put out.
All right, Anthony. Well, thanks for coming in. I'm Detective Carpenter. I'll give you you can call me Jay.
Okay.
Give you my card here.
Thank you.
Real quick, just can I get to start this out? Your full. So obviously, your first legal first name is Anthony.
Yep.
And this is just reference. Sunday. Were you at the Christmas parade that day, Anthony?
Yes. Okay. My family was.
And who was there with you and your family?
My wife, Elizabeth Lloyd, my mother-in-law, Kathy Kunkel, and then our 3 daughters, Olivia, Everly, and Avery.
How old are they?
They'll be 6, 8, and 10, but they're 5, 8, and 9 right now. So.
Okay. Gotcha. And I know some of this, so I apologize. Some of it's repeat because I talked to you a little on the phone.
Yeah.
But can you just reiterate to me, where were you along the route? Where were you and your family standing?
We were towards the end of the trade route on the north side of the road, right by the Monument Center, on the westernmost side of the Monument Center.
Is that along Main Street?
Yes.
Main Strip? Okay. And as far as the crowd, Anthony, What was the crowd like? I mean, was it pretty crowded? Was there a lot of gap between people? You pretty, not that you can barely move, but were you kind of pretty tight, shoulder to shoulder, gapped out? Rows of people, like 1, 2, or 3, or just one row of people along the street?
There was. It wasn't extremely packed and crowded, but it wasn't sparse crowding, if that kind of makes sense. I mean, I would say it was a good crowd. There was enough room for people to walk behind us on the sidewalk, so the sidewalk wasn't completely closed. There's always a couple families that have their kids on the road, kind of in that little where the cars can park on the side of the road. There was a couple of families there, and we were kind of standing right on the sidewalk, and some of our kids were in the road, kind of where that parking is. So
okay, gotcha. And then, what, in your own words, Anthony, what was it that alerted you something was wrong?
The first thing, and it wasn't something that struck as something was wrong, but I thought there was a large gap in between the parade marchers. Usually there's a 30-second to a minute gap, depending on the size, if someone slows up and that kind of stuff. So it was a little bit extended. We've been to the parade before, so I know there's always Santa Claus at the end. But during that gap, we're just spending time with the kids, but it was kind of odd that it was longer. And then the next thing I heard was the sound of vehicles striking. It wasn't striking buildings, it wasn't striking another car. I could tell it was something different. It just had a different sound to it, similar to a vehicle striking a deer.
Okay.
And when I looked to my left down the parade route, I could see medium mid-sized SUV that was red in color, and it was striking pedestrians that were on the south side of the road. One individual I saw was hit by the car. It was thrown forward maybe 10, 15 feet. At that time, the car just continued to drive over the individual, and then it continued heading, west? West around the parade route, but it was weaving between the middle of the road off to the side of the road. It didn't appear like it was trying to miss anybody.
So it
was
was it going center left or center right?
It was going from the center to the left, so the south side of the road.
Okay. This person you said went flying about 10, 15 feet. You said they were then drove over. Did they
Yeah, so the body was thrown up and pushed forward, and then at that time, the car drove over the body.
After it had come back down to the ground?
Right.
Okay.
So it struck the individual, pushed it forward, and ended up driving over it. The individual.
Did you notice at any point, this car, so it's coming through, it's striking people. Did you get any... It's a red SUV. Could you see the driver at all?
No.
Could you see anyone in the car waving their hands left to right as if they were motioning for people to get out of the way or anything like that?
No.
Did you hear any audible signal from the vehicle, beeping of the horn to alert people was coming?
That I did not know.
No? Okay.
The only sound was the impact of the collision and the people screaming, the crowd screaming.
Did the vehicle accelerate at any point and gain speed?
From what I heard, I could hear an increase in the RPMs of the car when I first initially saw it. So I'm a car guy, so I could tell that it did increase speed as it was trying to leave the area.
Okay. How fast do you think it was going at its fastest point, if you had an estimation?
Yeah, being in a stationary position, I'd say between 30 and 40 miles an hour.
Okay.
I mean, it was a lot faster, and I think that's a 20 mile an hour area. It definitely was a lot faster than a car that would just normally drive by there.
Okay. You said it was weaving as it was going down the street. What did it look like? What do you think? Did this look like a car that was out of control? Or did you decipher it different? Did it look like it was intentional? You say it was weaving. Was it weaving towards people from what you could see, in their direction? Or describe the weaving in your own
Yeah, my
words.
assumption was that it had swerved into people directly on the south side of the road. It had swerved into the crowd. Looking back on it, there was nobody in the center of the road that they were trying to swerve away from. So at that time, I was under the impression that it was purposely swerving into the crowd. Your initial thought is you don't want that to be the case, but when you're sitting there and you look at it and there's nobody in the center of the road, why would it be swerving that far south and striking people? And it didn't make an attempt to pick a clear lane, because the clear lane would have been driving down the center, whereas the car was driving towards the side of the road. So swerving from center again to left.
Okay. And this was after it's passed you?
Yeah.
So there's no one in the road, and then it's swerving left towards where
Right.
spectators are gathered?
It kept swerving to the driver's side, the left side of the road, where there were spectators again versus being center.
Okay.
I mean, there wasn't a lot of reaction time to actually step away once
Yep.
you realized what was going on. But most people, when they heard the screams, it would make a reaction. They would move backwards, and there was enough space for the crowd, the parade participants, to get through. So if it would have been a solo car trying to avoid people, it could have clearly gone through.
Okay.
That's my assumption from what I had seen.
Okay. Did you, after the person that was run over right in front of you, did you approach that person at any point while they were down?
I did. My mother-in-law had taken her kids behind the Monument Center into Crush. They know the owners. They go there quite often, so they felt comfortable in there. My wife was standing on the sidewalk. I wanted to go help the individual that was laying, I believe they were laying face down. Thing I remember was the shoes were knocked off. So I could tell that they were laying face down. I didn't actually check vitals. There was a person that was there moments before I was. They checked the vitals and they said there are no vitals anymore. I believe there was a nurse that either was there or come up afterwards, and she was telling an officer that walked by that I was trying to flag over that she was a nurse. I don't know if she was the one that checked vitals, but someone did, and at that time I realized that there was nothing I could do. I'm not a trained professional. I just know CPR, but I realized my family needed me more, so I ended up leaving.
Okay. And at any point, Anthony, did you see anyone else specifically? I know you said you heard thumping.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone else other than this? You're not sure if it was it a male or a female? Or
I don't know. I don't know.
Other than that person, is there anyone else you saw specifically get hit?
There were several people that got hit. That was the one that really sticks out because I saw the body move forward and then get run over. As I watched the car later on, I saw it again sweep into the crowd. So there was another one there's a bar on the other side, maybe like 25 feet down from the Monument Center. Is it Main Street Bar or something like that?
I'm not sure, but this is after it's passed you, right?
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
So it's heading further west. There was another body, another individual that was hit there. They were lying in the road. The reason I didn't go up to them is they were already being attended to by other.
The one you initially went up to where someone told you there was no vitals, did you ever see that person move?
No. They didn't
Any
move.
indications of life?
No, and I had stood there for a couple minutes waiting just to make an assessment to see if another car was going to come down, to see if it was two cars racing or whatever. Like, I just wanted to make sure that there wasn't an immediate threat again before I crossed the road, and I watched that individual lay there lifeless, and I just didn't see how being struck and then driven over there would be much life left. And so I went up there, and after they said that, I just assumed all in all that person had deceased already.
Okay. And did you see, if you can remember, if you scanned anything at all? I know Liz probably became your primary point of attention and the rest of your family after that. Did you notice, I know a lot of people are running, a lot of people are screaming, any other bodies or people, whether dead or alive, that were down, injured?
There was
the two you've told
right,
me about.
the two, and then another 20 feet beyond that, there was somebody else that was being attended to. I believe there was the lady or individual directly in front of me, the one that was maybe 20 yards away, just south of the bar, and then there was another individual that I can recall that was being tended to a little bit further west. So there was 4 total that I had seen. I didn't really look any further east up the parade route.
Okay. Just kind of to the west.
Yeah.
South across, south into the west.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Were you afraid for the safety of yourself and your family, Anthony? In any way?
I mean, yeah. You know, my initial thought from walking away, and the hard thing that I struggle with now is I just wish I could have done more.
Right.
I don't know, right or wrong. Like
Yeah.
it's, you know, like my family needed me, but I felt like if I wanted to do something to help people. I'm in a restaurant business, and like just walking away, I felt, I don't know, like that was a hard thing to do, but I knew my family needed me, so.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you coming in. I know this is not easy to do. You're one of many. Appreciate the help all of you are giving to this. You know, take time with it. Watch yourself, watch the kids, watch Liz.
Yeah.
You know, just normalize the best you can. If you're not eating or sleeping, make sure you're talking to someone.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had all my bosses have been calling me, vice president of the company's reached out to me, and so just to make sure I'm doing all right.
If anything pops in, you got my card there, Anthony.
Okay.
Anything pops in your head. Now, there's voicemail at that line. So,
Sure, yep.
I mean, if you wake up at 2 a.m. and you just think, I got to know something, you can call it. I won't be there, but you'll be able to leave a message and I'll get it.
Sure.
So, whatever you need to do, just give that line a call. Last question for you. Is there anything I didn't ask or off the top of your head right now from that incident you can think of that you either want to tell me or think I need to know? And if there's nothing, that's okay.
Yeah, no, I can't think of anything. I mean, you know, besides the point, I'm sure you heard, I mean, it was an awful thing.
Yes.
Awful thing right for Christmas. I mean, you know, Waukesha, when I first moved up here, I wasn't a big fan of it. I was downtown, and now I'm like, you know, I like how it's a little small, big community and that, and it's just to see this happen, it's awful because we go to Friday night, you know, live downtown quite a bit, and just it's gonna take time. But no, I agree. You know, there's nothing else that I can think of that I witnessed firsthand that I could add to it.
Okay. All right, Anthony. Well, I'll end the recording here. I appreciate you coming in.
Yeah.
All right, this is Detective Carpenter with Elizabeth. So I guess you were at the Christmas parade this past Sunday, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and who were you all with? Were you alone? Were you with family members?
I was with my mom and my husband and our 3 daughters.
How old are your daughters?
5, 8, and 9.
Okay. And where were you along the route specifically? Can you recall?
We were sitting at the on Main Street at the end of the building that Crush is located in, so just beyond that gallery that's right next to it.
Crush Wine Bar, is that it?
Yeah, in that driveway or the entrance.
Okay. Yeah, that gate, I'm familiar with that gate you're talking about. Okay.
Yeah.
Or that you told me about over the phone. Okay. All right. Can you describe the crowd where you were standing? Was it crowded? Was it rather thin, shoulder to shoulder, kind of spread out, as far as not necessarily who was in the middle of the route, but as far as the spectators?
We were, I would say, comfortably seated. I mean, there were a lot of people, but it wasn't, we weren't like feeling crowded by any means. I would say shoulder to shoulder, and maybe a couple, 2 rows of people maybe. Generally, it's like the kids and then the parents behind them.
Okay. So people are kind of right up against each other, not standing on each other, but right against each other and stacked in at least 2 rows.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And at this point, I'm going to ask you a question here momentarily, and when I do, I'm just going to let you kind of tell what you recall in your own words. I might have questions here and there just to clarify, but that question would be, what alerted you initially and drew your attention towards the route that something was wrong?
So when it happened, we were in the middle of like a lull of the parade, I would say, or a gap. And so we were just anticipating what was coming next, and I heard a lot of thunking and then screaming. So naturally I assumed that there was something exciting coming up, and I stepped out into the road to kind of look down. And as I did that, I saw the SUV speeding past us. And then all down the road, you could see just people lying all over the road.
What color was that SUV?
Red.
Red? Okay. And when you say you heard thunking, do you know what that thunking was?
It was him hitting people.
Okay.
Yeah. And you could clearly hear acceleration. It wasn't like him just casually driving through. You could hear the engine accelerating.
Like rapid? Like he was...
Yeah, and I don't know if it was because it was near the end of the parade route that he just was like, this is my out, or what, but there was clear acceleration.
How fast do you estimate the SUV went when you saw it go by you?
I mean, I would say at least 30, if not 40.
Okay. Could you see anyone specifically inside of the car?
No, I mean, beyond the speed, I was also very distracted.
Okay. Were you worried for the safety of you and your kids and your family?
Yes.
Okay. And now when you describe the screaming and the thunking, like I can picture in myself a little bit based on my familiarity with, the downtown, but others might not be as familiar. So as you're facing the parade route and your back is towards the buildings, when you hear the thunking and the screaming, when you look to see where it's coming from, is that initially to your left or to your right?
I'm looking to my left.
When you hear it, it's coming from that direction?
Yeah, as I'm looking out into the street, I'm looking left.
And I know you said, you could hear the acceleration. The vehicle was driving fast, 30 to 40 miles an hour. Can you describe the vehicle's path, I guess, within the roadway? Does that question make sense? Like straight, was it?
Oh, no, he was swerving for sure. I don't know.
Like left to right?
He was going that fast, so obviously I didn't see his path much before.
Sure.
But it seemed as though when I did see him, it was kind of like that. Just, again, we were at the end, so I don't know how he was.
Like a weave, maybe? Is that a good way to describe it, do you think? Okay. And did you see, and take your time with this question, Elizabeth, did you see anyone actually get hit by the vehicle? Can you describe that to the best you can?
Yep. So I don't know if he hit this woman from behind or from the side, but when he hit her, she was tossed, I would say 10 to 15 feet into the road, and she landed directly in front of us. I would say probably 10 feet, 15 feet in front of us, on the other side of the road.
Okay.
And she landed, and then he continued to just drive over her.
Okay. And from what you observed, did the driver, whoever it was, make any attempt to avoid this woman or anyone else?
No.
any attempt upon the impact of this woman to slow down or anything?
No.
And did you notice the driver inside of the vehicle, waving his or her arms at all as if telling people to get out of the way, honking the horn, either of those things?
No honking. The only thing that I heard from the vehicle was acceleration. I did not hear, there was no yelling coming from it. We were on the opposite side, so if he was having anything out of his window, I did not see it.
Okay. I know there was a lot of chaos down there as this all went on, and I know you saw the one woman get struck. Did you see anyone? Did anyone render her aid that you saw?
My husband immediately ran across the street to go and help, and I know that there were a couple of other people that went to help as well.
Okay, so you went to help that woman.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see anyone, this is kind of a twofold question. So the first part is, did you see anyone else get actually hit? You heard the thunking, but actually...
Yeah, that was the only one that I witnessed.
Okay. Once the vehicles passed and continued down the street, as you looked left and right, to what you recall, I know you only saw one woman get hit, but did you see any other people that were down, that appeared hurt, that were down on the ground after the vehicles gone by?
To my left, looking out into the street to my left, there were quite a few.
Okay.
I honestly don't recall looking to the right.
Okay.
So I don't know if there was more beyond us.
Okay. And your husband, obviously, he approached the woman.
Mm-hmm.
He tried to help her.
Mm-hmm.
Did you really get a good look at her all? Was she did she look unconscious, alive, dead? Could you even tell?
I was standing there waiting for her to move so that I could feel something.
Mm-hmm.
Other than, I don't know. And there was no movement at
No
all.
movement.
And my husband probably stood there for 2 minutes.
Okay.
And when he came back to me, he said that she was gone.
Okay.
I think he had mentioned that another man that was there helping her, by the time my husband got there, which was immediately after, he had already gone down to take a pulse, and there was no pulse.
Okay. Okay. Other than the vehicle being a red SUV, that's all you were really able to see, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Is there anything else you can think of right now, Liz, that is on your mind specific to what you saw that I should know? Was it pretty chaotic? Were there a lot of people running about, screaming, afraid, trying to help others right after?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And after the vehicle flew by, did you ever see it again? It came back and tried to acknowledge there was an accident and tried to help anyone?
No.
Okay. And you said after it went by and went to your right, did you get much of a look at it at that point after that, or did you say no?
No, I was very much trying to make sure that my children were okay. This question, I know you saw it. It didn't drive straight. It kind of weaved. Did it? Do you have a perception on what the driver might have been doing at that point? Do you think it was out of control or something different? That was my immediate thought, was that maybe somebody from the parade had something medically wrong with them and they had landed their foot.
Sure.
But then when I had looked out onto the street and saw that there were all of those people down and everybody was panicking, then I knew that it was more than just, somebody from the parade. Then I knew it was an outside vehicle.
Okay.
It seemed as though he just didn't care, that he
Okay.
was just flying down the road, not worrying about anything in his path. There was no slowing down.
Okay.
I mean, it just seemed as though he just was
It seemed
recklessly-
intentional?
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
You said recklessly?
Mhm.
Okay. I appreciate your time. Liz, that's all. This is very traumatic, and I appreciate you coming in. Is there anything you can think of? I can't think of anything else I have to add. I think you've covered it pretty clear on what your observations were and, some of your perceptions of those observations, reasonable perceptions in my mind based on what you're telling me you saw. Is there anything else you can think of right now?
No, I think
That about covers
that's what I've got up here.
Okay. All right. Well, I thank you very much for coming in. You have my card, right?
Yeah. Yep.
If a question or concern comes up, whatever it might be, you just think I need to know something, just don't hesitate to use the number on the card. Okay, it's my desk. If I don't pick up, there is voicemail.
Okay.
It's kind of a weird week. I don't know. I should be here tomorrow. I don't know how much after that, but
Okay.
you can call that number any time of day. The voicemail will always pick up.
Okay.
Okay?
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you.
And I know when we talked on the phone, you said you wasn't sure your husband was ready. Please let him know about the card. And if he changes his thought, have him give me a call
I did
as well.
speak with him on my way
Okay.
here, and he said he's probably more willing to talk to you about it than to me.
Okay.
Just as far,
What's his name?
his name's Anthony. So yeah, he said if it was something that would be helpful, he is more than willing to come in and do that.
Okay. Does he have a cell phone? Would it be best for me to call him, or should I just have him call me?
You can call him. He actually just got home from work, so.
Okay. Can I grab his cell?
Yep,
Even though as long as you're
262.
here. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Just let him know. I'm here, and then I can always reach out to him too, and we can discuss what went on, and sometimes talking about it can help give closure too.
Yeah.
And hopefully move on. And the important thing is going forward. Are your kids okay?
They seem to be okay.
Okay.
I think time will tell.
Yeah,
I know.
for sure.
My youngest was going to school yesterday and talked to, the school psychologist. But
Sure.
she's 5, so I don't know that much. And she
Okay.
just wanted to talk to somebody that wasn't me.
Sure. Yeah.
My oldest is the one I'm more concerned about, but she won't talk. She'll talk
Okay.
about what happened and ask questions, but she.
Yeah, I'm not looking to bring the kids
No,
in. Just
no,
just
no.
talk with them and
Yep.
make sure they're okay and
Yeah, no, I would never.
tough.
But
So
yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I think
Okay.
it's just going to be like a time thing.
sure, sounds good. Thank you so much, Liz. Have a good holiday weekend,
Yeah,
and if you have
you
any
too.
questions, call.
Okay.
And I'll catch up with Anthony and we'll
Okay,
chat.
sounds
All right,
good.
thank you.
So you go by Jean, right?
Yeah, that's fine, Courtney.
And is this your current address on here?
Yeah.
Okay.
In Wales. A security, how do you call him? An officer is going down the street saying, did you see it? And the guy next to me didn't see it, so okay, if I could offer something.
Yeah.
It was so surreal. It's like if you ever went to Orlando, they have that different parks where they show you how to make movies, they got hydraulic things, and so like from here maybe to the water fountain, but whatever across the street is, as it came, it was just starting to hurt people at this point. he was on the curb, like where the people are standing at one set of wheels. And I see him. In fact, he looks exactly like the guy in the pictures that you see. And it's like, it's like right in front of you. You're just like, whoa, and, you could see this car was like an angle almost. And then it's accelerating through these people, and people are scattering. It's just like something in the movies,
Yeah.
It's like, and I could just see all these kids, that everybody's screaming. And of course, the parents, here's what you didn't know. The parade, there's people in the street in the parade, and then we're waiting for Santa Claus down there. So you're all looking. The bad side is the parade is going one way, they were coming from the back end.
Right.
So people didn't see ahead of them, And then
Yeah.
you had the music playing and people are talking, and you didn't hear all this stuff. And so right where we were the start, and the guy said it's accelerating, after he hits all these. I thought he would stop, because you have these wave of people kind of getting out of the way. And then you didn't know if there was more cars. You didn't know if there was gunfire, because all this other crap that's going on. All these things race through your head really quick because of the terrorism and whatnot. Like maybe there's more cars coming, and so people are grabbing their kids. It's amazing. You never used to think that way.
Right.
Like when the first 9/11 happened, the people were saying, "Oh, we'll probably get kidnapped and go to Cuba," or something. They didn't think it's an airplane ride.
Yeah.
They didn't think anything. Oh, yeah, so kidnapped. We'll go something.
Right.
Come under the plane. But in Israel, they would know they've done this before. If there was going to be takeover, they'd be doing something to take over the plane because they've been used to that. Now they would get, do something, now just the mentality of our, like, what's your first reaction? Anyway, this is where we're standing.
So
okay?
here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start. Can I get your phone number quick? Okay. And were you in town for the parade?
I was going to be in the parade. I was waiting for some group to come by.
Okay.
So I had just gotten, and this is exactly where I was at.
Okay.
So you have it.
You were supposed to be in the parade.
Yeah, so I was waiting for my group to come, and they're usually at the end of the group. So I was going to join my group, but they ended up being the front of the parade this year.
Oh, boy.
So I missed, they were already done. So I was watching the parade. So I was right, 2 or 3 people. And I usually take pictures, but I was enjoying the parade.
Which is good.
The saddest part was the dancing grannies. They were a class act.
Yeah.
I was really impressed when they came through. And these women were just neat. It was just like, I've seen a lot of things, but these women had class. They were walking, they dressed up nice, they had all lit up and stuff.
Aww.
And the one that was really bubbling, the one that was shot, my daughter's friend sent a picture of that. I saw her because she was a couple feet from me, and it was impressive. This young gal, she was just so excited to be out there.
Aww.
And
So
yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt. You were on Main Street
You can
at
keep
the
that,
at the intersection of Gasper, or were you?
I was
Gasper?
on Main Street looking south.
South, okay.
So I have it there south. You put Gaspar Street because that's about where the first. And I'll show you this. This is where the first injuries occurred. And that is the intersection looking south.
Okay.
So this is like a little bit further south.
Did you take these pictures?
Yeah, I took those.
Okay.
These are from my camera. I just
Okay.
enlarged. I just figured
Nope,
you
I
have.
appreciate
You
it.
keep them. I took one picture and then I said, "Boy, there's one more person there, to take."
So this was afterwards.
This is done, and there were obviously people were attending because there's so many people that were medical that were there with their kids. It's like, oh my gosh, And then I walk down. This is just an example on Main Street, maybe half a block down. You could just say on Main Street, walking west. Yeah. Just to show, there was somebody attending to each one, and I don't have any medical, and people were coming, running, and stuff like that. Then as I kept walking, I had taken video, which I'll show you. And then this is like People's Park, that intersection there, and there was some people, and they were putting people on gurneys or things, and they're giving chest pumps, and you knew that there was a problem, because they were doing a little bit, before the ambulance could put any kind of gear on them.
Okay.
There were people in the street maybe half an hour that were, didn't even have a board underneath them. They were there that long, because of 30, 40. And then after it went down from People's Farm Park, then I just had to take one. There was just two things. This is just maybe towards Wisconsin Avenue, so it's like between People's Park and Wisconsin Avenue. There's like two groups of people. And what it was when I was doing video walking back, because I was amazed. You didn't think that anything was going on after that, and you go a little farther and 5 corners, and then you go farther. Holy crap, and it got worse and worse. So you got towards the end, Wisconsin would turn. I could stay in one spot, and there was like 9, not bodies, but people on the streets. And when I got to one area, which I'll show you, is that I got down towards the parade ended here, and so the last bodies were over in this area.
Okay.
They were coming in. The emergency people were coming in both sides and here.
Where did you see the first bodies when you started walking?
That's right here. That's the first picture. So right here.
Okay.
Right here.
Right there.
And then on. That's that first picture.
Okay,
right?
So did you see the incident happen?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell me, as you're standing there watching the parade, and the vehicle is coming from this way. Perfect. Don't want to put words in your mouth. So the vehicle's coming from this way, going this way. What do you see? Like, what do you see when it's coming? Like, what do you realize? That type of thing.
The parade is here. There's just a float that just was kind of going by, and there's a lot of people walking, in the parade.
Mm-hmm.
And as I was looking down to the next, I was looking forward because there was a float coming with big flames coming out. So you were paying attention to what's going down there.
Okay.
All of a sudden, literally by the time you focus, like literally right in front of me, I'm seeing the side of this SUV, a red one. I could see the guy, he's got his windows down. I could see him. He looked just like the guy in the picture. He had a beard, dark hair. If he was darker complexion, he just said, he wasn't white, but he wasn't black either. So he was just a slight tan complexion. And I could see him as people were screaming, and getting out of the way. And the fact that he was jumped the curb, and the noises you hear was apparently people being hit or hitting stuff, like chairs and whatnot. They were all over the place. And then all of a sudden you could hear him, and this is at 30 miles an hour, so what do you see at that particular time? And it didn't, and then he accelerated, to go down the street.
Do you know what group was in front of you at that time?
I know it was after, no. I know what, looking at other people's video, I see, I saw that one, I saw that one, I saw that one. No, I couldn't honestly tell, maybe I might see, no, maybe, it might be something later. There's a float coming up in the video, so I could show you something. People scattered. And then, finally the police says, just get out of here. People were grabbing their kids, and like I said, they were thinking that there was gunshots. They were thinking that, they were thinking all sorts of, crazy things. And people holding their kids' eyes so they wouldn't see anything. And I'm hoping that a lot of the kids were sitting, because some people, you were supposed to throw candy, but they were throwing candy.
Mm-hmm.
And, the kids were lower, so they might not have seen everything.
Right.
Even if I watched it, I didn't see people flying, although people were moving so fast, so I don't know how much terror would be other than all the screams that the kids would remember.
Yeah.
And I guess there's a couple of kids then in Children's Hospital that have brain stuff. So, and they've already raised $800,000 is now just before I came here. So I got my money to go to donate, and those kids are going to need some help for the rest of their lives. The ones that got hurt. So it's sad because of that.
So you saw the red SUV. Was there anything that you noticed about it? I know you said the windows were down.
The windows were down. I noticed the driver. It was one driver.
Okay.
That when you focused on that for how long it stopped, somehow it seemed like they paused them a bit, and you would think that he was going to stop, like maybe hit a post or something, but no, it just kept on going. It's like.
So did he pause or he didn't pause?
No, the pause might have been. Yeah, it couldn't have stopped. He just kept moving. It's just that maybe my eyes focused on him at that particular time. There might have been a slight delay or something after he hit something. There was everybody had chairs, and so when they scattered, you know, it's like he was on a curve. Like, why did I see his car clearly? And why did I see the whole side of him? And, you know, I know it had a little bit of an angle, not enough. I mean, I could see him driving. And, you know, it's that surreal feeling that, you know, it's like, this is not. At first you thought it was, you know, could have been part of a unique thing that they did for the parade, you know, something to scare the kids. Or, you know, we're smiling, but, you know, you don't know.
Right.
What they're thinking about. Go ahead.
No, that's okay. What side of the road was he on when he was coming down?
So at that time, he was on the other side of the road. So I'm standing on the north side, and he was on the south side. So if you give me a picture, the first one maybe, yeah. So as he was, you know, he was plowing, he was on that, so this is the sidewalk here, the street. So he was on the half of the sidewalk going that way.
Okay. So half of his, you thinking like two of his tires were up
Yes,
on the sidewalk?
I could see I could see more of the car, you know. And looking at it farther from bits and pieces, he was avoiding people. Didn't think of it. Sometimes, you know, I'm thinking if he wanted to get out of it, it's like a bowling alley. If you were trying to escape, there's no way to get out. You know, except to go forward. That was probably the clearest path, which is a shame.
So you felt like he was trying to avoid hitting people?
At that particular time, I could say there's people. There wasn't a float in the street because obviously I could see right in front of me there wasn't.
Right.
But there was a float that just passed by of some type. And so it would be like he was trying to avoid the float to get around the float. You know, that's why he kind of did the thing on the sidewalk. Yeah, that's I'm thinking of. And as I was looking at other pictures, he was trying to avoid, you know, I don't think he was trying to aim for any person, but he's trying to escape or get. I don't know what the heck he's thinking about. They'll know after the. You know.
So what do you remember seeing? Because you said you're also looking at pictures, and obviously doing this interview, I'm aware that there's been a ton of videos put out there. There's been a ton of pictures on social media. So if you take all of that stuff out and pretend that you hadn't seen any of that, what do you feel he was doing when you saw him? Did you feel like he was avoiding the float at that time? Did you feel like he was avoiding people? Did you feel like he was aiming towards people? Just when you first saw him that day. It looked like he was trying to get by.
He was just trying to get around that float to keep going down the street.
Get around the float. Okay. Did you hear any like honking? Like, was he honking his horn? Was there any yelling? Obviously not from other people.
People
but
at that time were starting to scream.
People were screaming.
So the only noise I heard, the only thing I could conjecture is the noise of him hitting people.
Okay.
You know? That could have been body blows.
So you didn't hear
hearing
honking?
Some noise. No, get out of my way. And supposedly a block or two before that time, the police started chasing him. I don't know if they were chasing him at the time.
Okay, you didn't see any police chasing him, though, that you remember?
No, as I can put things together, there would have been some, if he was doing this thing, what I saw on the TV, you know, there was a police car chasing pretty soon. So I don't, after everything settled at that particular time, you know, then it was amazing that since it was kind of towards the Barstow, there was almost immediately there was a fire truck there and an ambulance, or people came out and started picking up these people at this end, you know, and you know, so they were ready to go, and that's why I said this is where it started, you know, for injuries at least.
Okay. Do you recall any specific injuries you saw, or any of the specific people you saw? Or were you just seeing bodies and that was in mass chaos?
Yes. In each case, there was somebody by each of the people that were injured. You know, 2 or 3 people. You know, and there were people with blankets and comforting things, and you know, I'm in the way because you're waiting for somebody. Yeah. You know, the support services, the emergency people were outstanding. You know, for this, it's a real credit to what's going on, because there was like 30, 40 ambulances at the end. I'll just say, and I'll step back a minute. When I was leaving, so like, you know, a half hour, 45 minutes later, I was by the firehouse. There's a fire station down here, a block or two. There was still an ambulance there with 2 guys ready to go in case there was an accident someplace else.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, you know, not everything goes here. You know?
Yeah.
It's just, they were, and you can see they wanted to do something, but they were
Yeah.
waiting just in case, something else may happen. Were you ready? And there were people waiting. After a while, there was like 30 or 40 ambulances that were there. A lot of people took the little kids, took them to the hospital on their own. We didn't know, at that time. And it was interesting that just talking to a couple people in the street, they already knew before I even left. My girlfriend's over at Summit Hospital, and so many people are there. It's amazing how everybody knew everything, even while they're on the street, as it happens. But the police, as many people as were there, they all seem to know what to do. It's like they're talking, listening, or whatever.
Good.
And it was so cute. Like, it was a little girl they had at the end. She was at one of the stores, or one of the real estate people place, and she was in a chair, and they literally had this chair on wheels, and they just pushed the gal all the way to the ambulance. It's just to help this little girl and stuff. It's a shame, because a car would come, and I guess little kids, they take the full impact, whereas adults would fly over a car. But an SUV is higher. I don't think that the impact would be different with that.
Yeah. I saw you were getting ready to show the video.
It would be to your advantage to see it, so you would see what was going on. Because when you see videos, you don't see any of what's going on. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So let me see what I could come up with here. And I'm short of space, but I'll show you a couple clips. I'll show both of you the clips, so we'll get to the position here. Okay, so this is all right. Let me get between you or something.
Yep.
You
Do you want to roll? You want to roll behind us there?
Yeah.
Perfect.
You've done this. You guys are younger than I am. So this is the program here, all right. So this will be the first clip. Let's see what I got here, and then. This is that corner. This is where he started. Okay, 1, 2, 3. There's a policeman coming. There's another one down there. And that was the view that I saw. You see a policeman coming, but there's something going on down there. And it was super windy.
Yeah.
Remember. Right. But the police were right there. I mean, they're just unbelievable. They cut off the parade. You see the officers were there. There's no EMTs yet. And this is after the police say you got to move on. Well, I go to my car, so you stayed on the street.
Where did you go?
Okay, I have another one right after this. It's a minute 57 seconds. They did get a gurney out there. You can see the couple of people you have a picture of that just started to pick them up. But people are screaming for their kids or their mother because they didn't know where people were.
Mm-hmm.
So you heard screaming here. All right, now let's go to the next one here. Just a minute. Come on. All right, so then I'll do this one's a little longer. Now, yeah, just a little further down the street.
So you're walking west right
I'm
now.
walking west, yes.
Okay.
That's the float that was still there. So I was behind the Burgess float.
Okay.
It was Burgess, because they stopped. So whoever was behind the Burgess float is where I saw that person. And you can see all the chairs, people just screw it, we're out of here, because they left.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like a bomb scene. This is like the first block.
Yeah.
And so this is the 6 corners or 5 corners spot. She sees one there and maybe one here. And again, now people are getting gathered. These people, there's no gurneys, there's no boards underneath, and the people's there trying to comfort them.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what kind of injuries, but they're surely not moving. And I'm not quite sure if there's two people there or one, so.
Is Aubrey okay?
But you're seeing the police, you're seeing people with the yellow jackets. There were a number of them on the street, probably checking out to see what's critical, what's not. And then all of a sudden, squads were coming from all over town, you know, parking their cars. Their guys are jumping out of the cars. You know, the police are to be available. I think there's one ambulance that just came into that intersection.
Mhm.
And I'm not sure how many people are behind it on the other side of the car. But you can see the cars in the parade are still there.
Yep.
And screaming, you know, really, especially mothers looking for their little ones. The fire department, when they did come with the lights, it really was nice that they were able to add, you know, some kind of I see a gurney there. And that's what I want to say. There's you have people with backpacks on them, the AMTs that just came out of nowhere, you know, just laying down the streets. And where did they come from? It's like, you know, like Ghostbusters, they're there, you know. And when I'm getting to this intersection, then squads were coming up, you know. You just add more officers, so they're being pulled from all over the city. I'm sure that's what it was. But there's guys carrying, you know, bags of stuff, you know, that, again, they're probably people that were trained and they know where to get them, or they get them off the fire truck or something when that fire truck stopped there.
Yeah.
Now this is just the first block. Okay, we're going to keep going a little bit. Now apparently there wasn't a lot of injury in this area here, you know, so whatever parade thing, you know, and this satisfies, when I watched something on TV, there was an area where he was swerving, missing everybody, you know, in that area. So let me go to the next one here. Come on. You see I'm short of memory here. You've been there.
Oh, yeah.
Now here I'm walking towards People's Park, or halfway the hotel, and then I'm walking. I got on the other side of the street now. You're okay?
You're
All right. And here is where I think there's some fatalities occurred in this area, because this is where you'll see they're doing compression on some people, and you know, I think this is where maybe the dancing grannies were. I'm not sure. But here you see the firefighters were there. And they were wrestling with how to transfer that person from the street to the gurney. They were really wrestling with that. And then you'll see right when they're done, then there'll be a guy, while the person's on the bed, who will give some compressions. So you can see that there's a problem with that person. You know. Like you see them giving compressions right there. They're trying to keep the person alive. I'm just assuming that. And so I don't know how many were in that area, but at this time there was some emergency people that are here. And then this is further on is where the most damage to people from that intersection, that direction. And that's when somebody said, give it a rest. You shouldn't be videotaping this. You'll see this in a minute. Because when I left, where the guy told me to stop, and about 20 minutes later, they put yellow tape around it, which meant that somebody was a crime scene at that time. So there was one person there, okay. So you can see one here and then one there. And then there'll be a pool of blood in one area. And you couldn't offer any help. Everybody was tending to everybody at this time. And my jaw's dropping, like I'm walking down, hello, did this all happen? Here. And this is the scene where something really serious happened also, so. And there were firefighters there, so you could see the coats that they had on. And everybody was respectful. Nobody, everybody kept walking. And at this time, there's blood, from that particular scene. And this guy says, give it a rest. So then I put it in my pocket to respect his decision. So then I walked a little bit within my pocket. So I left the sound on. Because that defeated his sense of helping, people gawking. So I just put it to the side. And this will be over in a couple seconds, and then I'll show you the last clip. Okay. And then I think I got one more. This will be a short one. I could show you some of the other ones. There might be two of them there. This one was... This is about a block away from People's Park, down that street. There's two groups here, and then there'll be one little clip after this one. There's a storefront here or something, that I was trying to stay out of the way is what I was trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
And then one more. This is there's a couple more. Just let me see what they got. This is new for me. Let's see what happens here.
We're in here. Thank you.
Yeah, this is that store. There's a kind of a real estate. They have cars in here or something. I was just looking far away, trying to stay away from everybody, And you have a picture of this. One of the pictures is this area with that. Hang on, two more real short ones here. It looks like here, 33. This one was neat. The officer came up right with his car, squad car, and they opened the doors, and we're going to put this guy in my car, and I'm going to take him in the squad car. Even though the fire trucks were here and the lights were on, and there wasn't enough room so they got a blanket, and they're just carrying him in a blanket, him or her, and throwing him in the back seat. That's what everybody was doing right there.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just like, this is what we're going to do. And they did it. No fanfare. Let's get these people to the hospital. And I guess Waukesha Hospital had like 20-something people there that had come in. Now this one, I went back to People's Park. I was kind of walking that way to come over, and this was just a sense of cars everywhere. I'm looking, every direction, here, there. I mean, this place was lit up, in terms of volunteers. The stuff was all over the place. Now you see memorials there today. And right when I was there, Heartland police were there, and they got something out of their car, shared it with this person, It was just such a cooperation with all the local departments,
Yeah.
And you could see that I guess they have what they call, the rest is I have an audio for 10 minutes, but no video. I just had something in my pocket. But it was like, in the pictures, that I had, let's see if I gave you kind of the idea pictures, that we had. Let's see if I had that. it's really hard to see, let's see if I could do this here. In fact, I don't even know if this says anything. No, this is at the before or after. And then I have it, the time stamps on there, which is everything.
Would you be willing to email those to me?
I got it. If I could figure out, I don't mind doing that. I was going to try to edit or put them together A, B, C, D, and then to reduce it down so they could transmit correctly. You got to tell me what software to use. That's the problem that I have.
Okay.
Because people have what is it, Facebook or the Twitter accounts. You can put things in and load them in, and it reduces it. But I end up having too big a file when I do mine. So I talk to my daughter or if you have some idea of how to transmit it.
Well, how about this? I'll give you a card, and if you need, my email is on here.
Yeah, if I could figure out how to do it, I could do it.
Correct. Or here, I'll give you that. Do you have an email address? A good email address?
Oh, yeah,
okay.
Sure.
So what I might do is I might send you a secure link. So it's called ShareFile.
Yeah.
So I can send you an email with this link in it, and if you click on the link, then you can just upload all of your things right into that, and it'll come directly back to me.
All right. So if I if they're on the phone.
Yep.
If I have this clip on, how do I get it from? Now you saw it from my gallery.
Yep.
Right? So how would I then connect it to your? How would you physically do that?
There's a possibility you might be able to do it if you check your email on your phone. You might be able to go with that link right there, and where it says upload, then you'll just pick them from right here.
So it'd be like an attachment. I could
Correct.
do that.
Yep.
It doesn't matter how big it is.
Nope. In the link that I'll send you, it doesn't matter how big. It'll just take a little bit of time for you to upload it, but it doesn't matter how big
I
it
can
is.
do that. Okay. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Then I have it, and then now I don't do it this way.
Yep. So that should be good. And you don't mind if I keep these, correct?
They're yours. No,
okay,
I wanna
perfect.
help if I
And
can.
I appreciate that.
I think just seeing this, you would not see this from anybody. Just like the devastation or what was going on.
Absolutely.
And it gives you, for you, if you're going to be investigating this, it would just kind of help you. All right, it's about 3 blocks, and there's probably timestamp, but you kind of got an idea.
Yeah.
In most cases, there was nobody. I mean, there wasn't enough ambulances, and you're watching people. Those little surfboards that they carry around. They're shuttling back and forth. But the professionalism of everybody was just outstanding.
That's great.
I mean, just to be part of the Wisconsin or this group, it was really nice. And I heard that nobody was screaming or yelling or do this or you're not doing that right. Everybody just click. They practiced this, I'm sure.
Oh yeah. Yep.
But when you heard the thing when they had the first. The first 9/11 call with the dispatcher, he's screaming, code 52. 52 is, all 5 fire stations have to get going and come here. But when you hear the term 52, everybody's supposed to stop, and you're supposed to stop what you're doing and get involved. So they don't use that unless there's a problem, So they were showing, putting things together. But they have more video like this, more graphic stuff of it, but they can't show it on TV because it freaks everybody out.
Yeah.
I'm sure you'll be getting pieces
Oh
of it.
yeah. We've been getting some of those.
Have you?
That's why we're kind of meeting with everybody, because the stuff that's going on TV or the stuff that can't be shown on TV, we want those original ones too. So we're asking.
Yeah, so I'm sure there's people physically taking the video and you could get that.
Yeah, but this is great too, and I really appreciate you coming down to talk to us,
Well,
take the time out.
I'm glad because you could not describe it with pictures what happened at the end. And then, people looking and how long, you could see just walking down, those people were sitting in the street for quite some time.
Yeah, absolutely, they were.
And nobody's freaking out or panicky or,
No, it looks like even the community just really came together. Everyone came together to help, which was wonderful.
Now, are you a state agent? Is that
I
what
am.
you are?
Yep.
And then how much of a state agency is part of this building that?
None. So we're actually out of our Milwaukee field office. So the Department of Justice, we have 5 field offices for our Division of Criminal Investigation throughout the state.
So then you're attached to Milwaukee. In
Correct.
A sense. But you have an office here?
No. So we're just here helping out. We're helping Waukesha.
Okay, so today is the 23rd of November, and it's 10:06 a.m., and I am here
we are here with Elizabeth. How do you say your last name? So you had said that you were standing, were you in front of the Mainstream Bar and Grill, or?
I was in between, like, across, so looking at Mainstream Bar and Grill, and then, like, the Planned Parenthood building. I was kind of, like, in between those two.
Okay.
On the other side of the road.
On the south side of the road, okay. And would you say that you were standing kind of shoulder to shoulder with people? Or were you sitting?
We were sitting in bag chairs.
Okay. Was it pretty crowded where you were?
It was pretty crowded. We had a group of probably 8 or so people with us, like in our bunch, and then next to us to the right was a family, and then another family to our left.
Okay. Were you on the curbside or were you in the road?
In the road.
You were in the road, like
Yep,
so.
just in front of the curb.
Okay. And there are parking stalls there that run at a diagonal, maybe, or okay. And were you there with her too,
I
Mom?
was not.
No. Okay.
No, we came to pick her up later.
Okay. All right. And you weren't at the parade at all? No. Okay. So I guess kind of explain to me what exactly you saw.
So as the groups were going through, marching band, another dance group, and so forth, there's another group of mostly adults that was passing us and waving when the SUV came through. And then all of a sudden, like as we're waving to everyone passing, one of the little girls in the family next to us was going in the road to pick up some candy. And then you have the other little boys next to her cheering, like, woo. And then we heard tires screeching and just kind of looked up for a second, like, what was that? And then we saw the SUV just come blaring through the middle of the road, which I know is different than a lot of the footage being shown, but when he was over by us towards the tail end of the parade, it was right through the middle. And when he was hitting the people, it looked like bowling pins, just mannequins flying off the hood and over the roof. And the little girl next to us actually ended up getting hit when she was in the road.
How old would you say she was?
I don't think she could have been more than 7. She was little. She got hit so hard, she got knocked out of her shoes.
Do you know where she went?
Like
where she ended up?
She ended up not too far from where they were sitting, like from where we were sitting from the curb. She got knocked back probably 5 feet.
Oh.
So she was right where they were sitting, but
okay.
They did CPR on her for quite a while. Myself and my boyfriend's sister actually, like right when it happened, once it all sunk in with us what happened, we both just jumped up out of our chairs and started doing whatever we could.
Right.
So we were helping like keep compression on people's heads until more paramedics were able to get through, because it took a while for them just to be able to get through everybody.
Right.
So we were helping different people, but my boyfriend's mom was the one that was with the little girl for a while, and she was one of the first people, I'm pretty sure, that actually was taken away in an ambulance, which is good.
Okay.
She definitely needed that attention. It was absolutely horrifying. Just everyone laying there, the squeals. I think that was one of the biggest things. I know, like, when people were saying they heard gunshots, because my boyfriend at the time was with his grandma taking her to her car after it happened, and they were ushered into the Civic when the gunshots were fired off because they wanted everyone to get out the road and into the heat if they had to wait. And we didn't hear that by us because it was so loud with people just screaming and just all the chaos.
Really?
We didn't hear any gunshots where we were.
Okay.
Saw him? Oh, that's kind of a... and then while he was passing us, it was almost like slow motion when he was within 10 feet of where we were sitting, because he was we were on the side of the road, and
he was in the middle of the road,
and he was in the middle of the road, and when he was at least passing our set of chairs, he was looking through his side window, and that's when I actually caught a glimpse of his face. And do you want me to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Sure.
So then the person I saw on the driver's side, because we were on the left side of the road when he was coming down, African-American male, 30s, thinner face.
Okay, yep. Okay, did you notice anything more about him, what he was wearing?
He
if
was
wearing anything?
more of like a slouched posture in his seat, not very erect. Did not seem very engaged with what he was doing.
Okay. Did you notice if he was waving his hands, trying to get people out of the way?
Mm-mm.
He was not?
No, he was just pedal to the metal all the way down the street.
How fast? You think he was going at a high rate of speed?
I would have guessed by us he was probably going between 40 and 50 miles an hour.
Mm. And did you hear at any time him honking the horn?
No.
No honking on the horn.
I did not hear
Did he ever
honking.
make any attempt to stop?
Not from where we were, no.
Okay. So he hit the little girl first. You saw her?
She was one of the first. I think what I really saw and took in was when he was coming through the middle and he hit a group of adults. Okay. Like one of the victims I was helping was he was 64 years old. His birthday was yesterday.
Do you have any idea what group this was, what they were from?
I don't remember. I think it might have been one of the Catholic groups that was in the parade.
Okay.
I'm not positive. But there were just quite a wide array of people in the road of whoever was marching with.
Okay. Like wide array of ages?
Ages and like there were a couple Hispanic people I actually had to help translate for an EMT that was there.
Okay.
I will say though, it was amazing seeing people come together after this because if people weren't taking their kids away to shield them, people were bringing blankets that they had at the parade, like keeping themselves warm to keep the victims warm.
Yeah.
Offering up towels and washcloths that they found from someplace. Just anything they could do to help if they weren't able to help in another way.
Right. Good.
I think another thing that also hit really hard to home when I was there was the little girl that was next to us that got hit. Her family was also Hispanic and they didn't speak very good English. She was there with her mom, her dad, and 2 older siblings. And while they were doing CPR on her, they were talking and yelling like, she's breathing again, and then they took her pulse and they're saying that her pulse is weak. And her mom is over there just sobbing, like absolutely just mortified. And then her dad is frantically calling people, and her siblings were just kind of standing there crying because they didn't know what to do. And they had to be under 10 years old. So I started to kind of usher them back towards the grass that was behind the sidewalk. And the dad kind of started to touch my arm like, no, those are my kids. And I looked at him and I said, can I take them over there? And I said, I don't want them to see.
In Spanish, or did you?
I did it in English, and
English?
I gestured
Okay.
because I didn't want to try and prolong it.
Right.
And then he finally just looked at me and said, thank you. So then I took the kids back onto the grass, and they literally just hugged me for 5 minutes and just cried into my jacket. And then shortly after, the dad came up to me once he was done on the phone, letting whoever know he was calling. And he told me thank you again. And like one of the girls was saying thank you. And I walked away because that's when he was with them when they were taking the little girl into the ambulance with her mom.
Well, thank you for doing that.
Absolutely. They shouldn't have had to see that. No
No.
one should have to see
No.
that, but especially a young kid seeing their younger sibling being taken into an ambulance and
Right.
having chest compressions done.
And being hit like that, and yes.
Mm-hmm.
The male that you tended to,
Mm-hmm.
did he, what did he look like when you were tending to his injuries?
So he had a minor head lack. So we were keeping compression on there with some towels and washcloths people were bringing us, which
Yeah.
was very nice of them. But he was also complaining of upper left chest pain and his really severe left shoulder pain. So naturally we were presuming he just got hit really, really hard on that side.
Right.
I will say another thing. He got hit so hard, and I know this isn't completely uncommon, but his eyes were bloodshot, and he did have some blood coming from his tear ducts. And then once another, someone who wasn't on the job, but an EMT came over and was helping me and my boyfriend's sister, because we were at the same person at that time.
Yeah.
And she's like, okay, we're gonna she was asking, and I noted that I was a nursing student. Yeah. She said, okay, I'm going to have you hold the flashlight, and we're going to inspect his abdomen and his shoulder together. So we lifted up, took the blankets off, lifted up his shirt. He had some bruising on his left side, so I'm going to presume he had at least some bruised ribs, probably broken. Yeah. And his shoulder looks slightly malformed, so I'm going to guess he probably dislocated his shoulder also. Okay. But straightening out his legs to make sure he had better blood flow, it was just chaos everywhere.
And this whole time, people are running around screaming.
The screaming was more so towards the beginning. Once I think it sunk in with people what was happening and they started to take their kids away. Yeah. It was more of just anyone who was still there was trying to help. Right. So it was not necessarily calm and collective, but most of the screaming you'd hear is from people being moved that were hit. Okay. So another lady I attended to when I was helping translate, the EMT and I were talking, and we think she might have broken her pelvis. Just from how she was describing it was just awful. And that was one where anytime you do anything to just try and not even palpate, but just to touch, just to touch anywhere, she'd just moan and grimace horribly. I think there was another man across the road that broke his leg. I was mostly bringing him blankets to keep him warm, but there were just people lying everywhere.
How many people do you think were lying? What would you estimate?
Within our block, I would probably guess between 12 and 15 people. It was just horrendous.
And where did the car go? Did you notice where the car ended up going?
So where we were closer to that corner because it was just past the corner of Main and Maple. Yeah. So you're getting towards that curve in the road. Yeah. I saw him go past the curve, but I didn't see anything after that because of buildings and just tunnel vision. Right.
Did you, prior to him coming past you, first of all, can you describe the car to me?
It was a red SUV.
Okay. And can you, do you remember seeing it coming down towards you at all? Or when was your first recollection of seeing something that was abnormal in the
It was probably at an angle here, probably a 35, 40 degree angle going to the right when I started to just hear more panic on that side. Okay. And you hear the screaming and then you hear tires squealing. You're like, what's happening? Okay. So then I turned and looked and I just kind of plopped back in my seat and was like, what is happening? And then my eyes just followed with him as he was driving past until he got past us and just kept going.
Right. Okay.
But he just plowed through the middle.
Were you injured at all?
I was not, no.
Okay. And he came about 10 feet from you?
Just because of where we were sitting on the side of the road, because he was right in the middle.
Okay.
That would be my guesstimate.
Okay.
Well, luckily, no one in my party was hurt at all. We were very grateful.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the exception of Rachel's name. Well, yeah, my boyfriend's sister, the one that was helping with me. Yeah. She was repositioning herself in the road and got some glass shards in her hand from the windshield, or I don't know what broke, but something.
Something came off of the vehicle, you feel?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And she had shards in her hand.
Okay. Do you recall when he went by, you said that he was going, I think you said 30, or how fast?
Probably, I would guess between 40 and 50 miles an hour. I know it's probably different when you're sitting.
Right.
But he was not going 30 or less, because I know it's 25 down there for the speed limit.
Yeah. Plus you're in a parade.
You're in a parade.
Right. Yeah.
When people are going 3 miles an hour.
Right. And did you feel like any air movement? If you've ever been maybe on the interstate, or when a car passes you real fast, and you kind of feel that either percussion or the wind or a whizzing, or do you remember any of those senses when you went by?
I don't remember feeling anything. I remember hearing it though, because or at least the engine revving, where it was. I don't know if he started to speed up, because quite honestly, I don't really know where he came from down the road.
Okay.
I just remember, because I went in one direction and the sister went in the other. So it was just, I remember hearing something, like, I remember hearing the tires and then hearing the engine, hearing screaming, and just seeing him pass. And then after it kind of processed with me for a second or two, I just immediately jumped out of my chair and bolted in one direction. And I remember the first time I turned around after helping like 2 people, I turned around and I think my jaw actually did drop unintentionally because I hadn't looked behind me. And I saw how many people were on the ground and was like, oh my God, that really did just happen.
So you're seeing multiple people up the road. So
Mhm.
going eastbound, you're seeing multiple people in the road and seeing how many people he hit.
Yep.
Okay.
There was a point where I actually thought the little girl that was next to us didn't make it.
Oh.
Because like I said before, my boyfriend's mom was tending to her for most of the time. And I saw she was backed away. And that's when I started to, first I checked on her because I wanted to make sure she was okay. And she was trying to get a hold of her sister because her nephew was in the parade for the Waukesha West marching band.
Okay.
So then, sorry, that's a bit of a tangent, but then walked back over, and that's when I was with the siblings.
Okay.
And then once the dad came over, that's when they were hauling her away. But they were still yelling and checking on her before they hauled her on put her on the stretcher and onto the gurney. So once I was starting to migrate towards someone else, I saw her being carried away, but I heard a different sob in the mom's voice. And I just thought it was bad news all around. That was, I don't think I will forget that. I'm not even a parent, and I know that that's no sound
right
anyone would ever want to hear. It was devastating.
And you said that she was knocked out of her shoes?
Mhm.
And describe that to me.
I'm fairly certain I'm going to assume just from the collision, if she lost footing or I didn't see her actually
come out of her shoes,
but they were probably 2 feet in front of her.
What color were her shoes?
I don't remember.
Or just kind of describe, like
maybe purple, like they were little sneakers. They weren't.
Okay. But you know that those were her shoes and she no longer had them on.
Yeah, because she was in her socks.
Yeah. Okay. Did she land on her back?
I believe so.
Okay. That is an awful thing for anyone to see. And I'm so sorry you saw that. I apologize.
It's okay.
After the driver left his car, how do you know he left his car?
I'm just gonna presume it was when he left his car because it was more of there's a dangerous person on campus from this text messages.
Oh, from Carol?
From Carol. It was when they kept sending a text out saying that a lockdown was in place, a stay inside was in place, stay where you are. I found out yesterday actually when I went back to school to pick up my stuff, and I hadn't seen my roommate since before the parade, so I wanted to go see him. And I found out one of my best friends at school, not my roommate, but who was there, she was studying for a big exam we were supposed to have yesterday. She was studying in the library. And she was in the library when all these messages were going out, and they told people to hide in the library. So she was locked in a closet for over 3 hours.
Wow.
Because you think of places where he might go if he was on campus, because they didn't know.
Right.
And it was, you're in a library.
Where are you going to
You
go?
can't go
You can't
anywhere.
go
So
anywhere.
she hid in a closet in the library for over 3.5 hours.
Wow. Until, what made her come out? Was that she got
when we got the all clear, because
Holy
main campus
cow.
got an all clear, we were still on lockdown because we were so close to Maple.
Was she by herself in that closet?
Yes.
Oh my God.
And she was texting one of my roommates like this. She just kept repeating herself, "This is so scary." Once I heard that, my heart broke yesterday.
Yeah.
Because you hear about just everyone on the road that'll be traumatized. That's traumatizing. being locked in the dark in a closet by yourself for over 3 hours.
Right.
Knowing nothing.
Right. Not knowing what's going on. No other additional
Nothing. You just hear that
alerts,
there's
yeah.
a dangerous person on campus.
Right.
And at the end of their like big alert messages, it's the run, hide, fight, which is nice to know, but in that situation is not all that comforting.
He's sitting there for 3.5 hours wondering if somebody's going to go and open the door, right,
because
or
I
try
mean
to
you're
get in.
studying for an exam. What
Right.
do you have to protect yourself in the library?
True.
Like throw a book.
Right.
It's not exactly
Right.
the best place to be in if you're trying to hide from somebody.
Right.
That one broke my heart yesterday, though. Out of all the things I heard and saw, that one was, I think, probably one of the worst. And it doesn't sound like it, but I just thinking about it from a different perspective, because I wasn't on campus
Right.
when all this was happening.
Right. And so you would think that, so your point is that people on campus or in the community who would have received these texts saying that there's a dangerous person, and then they go and they lock themselves and they're hiding, wondering if this person's
You're living in panic.
In so a whole nother panic outside of the panic
Compared to what we were
what
feeling,
you just
because
saw.
ours was panic and like after it was the aftermath of the tragedy that we were looking at.
Right.
Theirs was still
ongoing.
Still ongoing
Right.
for hours.
Right.
Because like I said, it felt like we were there for hours tending to these victims, but we were only there for I don't even think it was a full hour and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's probably closer to like an hour, 15 minutes that we were actually tending to before we left and started heading towards the car.
Sure.
But like my friend she was suffering through that for over 3 hours.
Yeah.
By herself.
Yeah. Have you seen her yet?
I haven't, no, because she went home yesterday for
Did she?
break.
Yeah.
I
Wow.
texted her right after I heard that, though, and I was like, I am so sorry you
Right.
had to go through that. I had no...
Well, you wouldn't know that that's what she was doing, right?
No. And I mean, people, like, when I try and talk to them, they say, I wish I had more to tell you, and I'm like, I wish I did too. And going back to me trying to talk to my friend who was in the library, I told her, I'm like, I wish there was something I could say to you, because I was like, even though I was with everyone who was suffering, she had nobody. I still had someone I could look to and ask for help.
Right.
Or I could offer help. I couldn't do that for her.
Right. Well, first you don't know that she's in there.
No.
And you've got at least the awareness of what's happening around you and updating you, right? You can take that all in, and she's hiding. She has no idea. She has no updates, right?
Well, the other thing was one of my other good friends at school. She's in the marching band at Carroll.
Okay.
And we didn't even see the Carroll's marching band or Waukesha South or the Dancing Grannies. Like literally, they didn't even make it to us when this all happened. So once I heard Carroll was actually in it, I panicked and I was like, oh my gosh, is my friend okay? And then I ended up texting her when we got back to the house because all things were
calm. Yeah.
Calmer.
Did Carol ended up getting hurt at all?
I don't know if anyone in the band was hit, but I know that was partially because it was before Waukesha South.
Okay.
So he was going around like Pio Pete, and that was when he was kind of staying more to the side or kind of swerving.
So he probably drove past them. But
I think he might have drove past because they weren't at all. If anyone was hit, not at all hit like the poor kids in the Waukesha South band.
Yeah.
That's just devastating.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. All right. I can't think of anything else. Can you think of anything else that you want to say?
Nope.
Okay. Mom, you have anything?
No, I'll just say that the trauma of all of it is far and wide. I mean, even the band director at Muskego's having problems with it.
Yeah.
He was the band director at South.
Oh, really?
And he made a point too, because my younger sister's in the Muskego marching band. He made a point yesterday to them in class. He's like, us high school band teachers, at least in Wisconsin, are a very tight-knit community. We all know each other. We're all friends. And he's like, anytime something like this happens, it hits hard to home.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
Well, it's the mental scars on those kids and
Yeah.
trying to get them going again, and they know the band director.
Yep.
You know, they're going to
Yep.
be rebuilding their band program from the ground up.
Yeah. Who's gonna wanna?
Who's going to
They're-
wanna? It's the mental trauma of the kids there, but you know, there's right down to the
I can't imagine going back to school.
no.
No.
Especially like if I like going back to your band class.
One of his, the one who's like one of the two band directors of Muskego, his son goes to South. It's
Okay.
not in the band, but one of his best friends is, and the friend has a broken femur.
Oh.
So I just can't even fathom what these parents are going through.
Yep.
Can't.
Well, then you hear of anyone who, like my friend that's in the Carol band, she was supposed to go, but then decided last minute not to go
Oh.
because of our exam that we had.
Yeah.
She wanted to study. So it was the last minute, I'm not going to be there. And you're like, by the grace of God, you weren't there.
Yep.
Well, and by the grace of God and guardian angels, he hit 10 feet in front of you. And
Yeah.
not where you were sitting.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
life would be forever changed.
Yes. Yep. And you think about how it's changed forever for a lot of these families.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It was just horrible.
Yeah.
Senseless.
It is
Senseless.
senseless. And I just, as my husband said, he said the face she saw looking out that window is the face of the devil. Because where else could that evil come from? To have have such a disregard for human life is just unspeakable.
So it's Patrick?
Yeah.
What's your middle initial, Patrick? So you were at the parade yesterday?
Yes.
Do you remember whereabouts?
Yes. Give me 1 second. 'Cause because I'm not familiar with Waukesha.
Okay.
That's why I put into the email. I don't send many emails, so I can find it quick. I'm gonna tell you exactly where it's at. We're at 333 West Main Street.
Where did you send that the email to?
To the general email, police@waukesha-wi.gov.
Can you do me a favor?
Yes. Before that to you?
Yeah.
Go ahead, address.
C. So you're at 333 or 338?
333.
333
Do you wanna
West
take-
Main Street.
Do you want to take a look at what I wrote in the email?
Sure.
There is nothing private on this stuff.
Yeah, that was very well written.
We're used to documenting, you know.
Yeah. I kind of figured as much.
So I only took one picture just as a location beacon.
Okay.
Because I know that people were filming, and I just think it's, death is not a social media event. I only took two pictures the whole day, one of my wife and I. And then, so this would be that store. I mapped it at that 333 address.
Yeah.
So that's where the curve goes out. So that'd be one of our chairs, and that is a lady who I described as who I think died in the street. So you'll see, like, this is.
Oh, jeez.
You're fine. There's nothing in there. This is what I described as where the wine store meets the cafe. But there was an officer in the parade, and that would be like the little angle to where. If she's not dead, it'd be a miracle. 'Cause she was lifeless.
Okay. And that's one of her coworkers?
No, so not really in the statement, just thinking about it. That lady was in the street, and it didn't seem like anyone was immediately focused towards her.
Yeah.
So I don't know if she was a parade marcher. I don't know if people just scattered so fast. But, somebody was calling for help, but not like there wasn't a family around her. Like, that's my mom, that's my,
Right.
So I don't know who she was. I noticed over the street there were a bunch of little kids. So she didn't seem to be a little kid. So again, I don't really know who she was. This picture then, at this point, you can't see it, but there were 3 squad cars back. So initially happened, there was no squads there. So this is probably, because we got rushed into a store, I think somebody thought there was an active shooter.
Right.
So this is probably 15 minutes later. When I'm not saying the squads didn't just get there, but this picture that I took was probably 15 minutes after the fact.
Okay.
I just took one quick picture so I had documentation of because I thought someone's dead.
Right.
So I just wanted one quick notification of where I was at. Not being a Waukesha native.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Totally makes sense.
Right, and then if you look where our chair is, where this is where the curve juts out. So my son was there, my mother-in-law was there, and then there was that big Santa in front of People's Place, that cardboard, that wood.
Yeah.
And that would be the next person. So that's exactly where we were, where the road bends.
Okay.
So
you're this way.
Yeah.
Would be west. This is east. The
Yeah.
parade's coming down this way.
Correct.
Okay.
And there's me, and the road juts, and the parking spot juts out, and my one son and wife my wife and my son were to my right, and my other son, my 10-year-old, was the curves going up, or out, and then my mother-in-law, and then it was the next people sitting in front of that cardboard, that wood Santa Claus that was right in front of People's Place.
People's Park.
People's Park. There you
Okay.
go. People's Park.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're right there.
Just trying to recall the email. Don't want to rehash old ground. Did you see anybody get hit directly?
Yeah. The across the street, like that lady who was down, it hit. You heard the thud. So.
Then I think I might be confusing this.
Yeah.
You're on Main Street.
I'm on Main. Yep.
You're sitting on the north side of the road.
No, I'm not good with where I'm at. Maps. Let's get rid of this direction and that. Okay. Again, so let's go to satellite. Okay, help me out here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I had to go through the play route to get here. So we're kind of.
So this is all screwy right now. But Cutler Park.
Okay.
There's the library. That's South Street. This is Main.
Okay, so and there's the library. So we walked right up. So there should be People's Place.
No.
No, I mean People's.
Oh yeah.
That's People's. We'll just call it People's. So we were sitting right. Like I can't get zoomed in anymore, but it looks like tables outside.
Yeah.
And parking we would be right there, the tables obviously aren't there because of the weather, but that's where we were right there.
Okay.
Looking direct. If I was to look directly across the street, I'd be looking into the windows of that cafe.
Okay.
And then right where those two buildings kind of met is where I was saying there was a police officer. There was a cop on the intersection, and then before the parade started, another one pulled up, and he was over here. Right by that building, he kind of knew some people and whatnot. And then when that person got hit, I just remember looking for an officer. The officer that I then saw, within a couple minutes, he came from down this way. It wasn't that officer; it was a different officer. I don't know what happened to him, if he went towards the vehicle or whatever he went to, but it wasn't him. It was a different officer that eventually came down.
Yeah.
To that victim.
Okay.
So that's where I was at, in front of whatever this little boutique is, and that's the Mary Jane's.
I think so.
And that's the boutique where we got kind of rushed into.
Do you know where Nice Ash is?
No.
Okay.
I won't zoom in anymore.
Arts and framing. Nostalgia. So that's Nice Ash.
Okay.
So you're at the end of the block.
Yeah, about 20 feet from the corner, maybe.
Yeah. You didn't see how this woman got hit, though, did you?
The woman across from me?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was right across. So what I did was, we're sitting at the parade, and so kind of the sadness is we're thinking about being across the street.
Right.
And then my kid, my 10-year-old, is bundled in. He didn't want to get up for candy because we're kind of joking we have enough at home.
Right.
So they're throwing candy during the parade. We're not getting up for it because we're freezing.
Right.
So on our side of the street, the people didn't sit in the road like they did across the street.
Uh-huh.
They sat on the sidewalk.
Okay.
And the kids came out for candy and went back in. The other side of the street, the row of chairs was equal with where the parking ends.
But it was still in the road.
in the road.
Yeah.
But in the parking spots.
The stalls.
Yeah.
Right.
Is where they were sitting across the street.
Okay.
So now we're cold and starting to wonder if Santa's coming. And I look down to my right, which would be eastward.
Yeah.
From where the parade's coming from. And I see a truck pulling a float. And we're kind of like wondering, is that Santa, type of deal.
Right.
And we kind of heard this roar from the crowd. So like, oh, maybe it's Santa.
Right.
And kind of it all kind of happened at the same time, but that's when so you had the roar of the crowd. Well, my wife and I described this popping of balloons because we, at the same time when we heard it, we saw what we both separately described as a blue balloon in the air.
Right.
So we kind of figured balloons were being hit, and then immediately after is when in my brain, I heard the rev of that car engine, and I saw the vehicle come around the left or the driver's side of that float truck.
Right.
Go across the street and into that crowd, hitting that woman. And so I didn't notice, this is where my wife noticed the damage of that vehicle coming in. I didn't notice that. I just, for whatever reason, was fixated on inside the vehicle, noticing that there were like multiple people, but the driver's face.
Okay.
So for whatever reason, I mean,
How well do you remember the driver's face?
pretty well. When I saw that picture popped up, like, there you go, because the driver's, like, the facial hair and the hair
Yeah.
was all matching
Okay.
what I saw when I saw pictures today.
You've seen this picture on social media.
I saw his picture once from the front
Yeah.
on the news today, and it matched exactly what was in my head.
Okay.
And the thing about it was so emotionless. It wasn't worry. It wasn't like looking over, trying to make sure. It wasn't concern. It wasn't up in the seat like when you're freaking out. It was back in the seat, just running people over like it was a game almost, or just without the emotion. Which
Totally
was,
chilled out about it.
yeah. And it was freaky to see with no emotion, because at first, for a split second, like, well, what is this, an accident? And immediately you knew it wasn't, because there wasn't that emotion.
Okay.
Like, I don't know how to say it. Like if somebody's gas pedal got stuck or brakes didn't work, you have this emotional face of fear. Like, he had nothing. It was just lack of void of it. Just
I'm cutting into you. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So here's the vehicle with the float.
Yeah.
Here's his vehicle. You're over here, right?
Yeah. And then he comes
On this
around-
way.
This way, and then you hear this balloon pop again. I don't know. I have no idea. There's a report that an officer fired his weapon.
Okay.
I have no idea where that happened. I don't know if that was here or somewhere else. It sounded to us when he was coming around here somewhere that there were balloons popping.
Okay.
And we saw a balloon right about the time, going in the air, right about the time that he was passing. So then I heard like that rev of that engine, really revving. And then I saw the car come come from this side of the street, across the street. You hear just the loud, thud of hitting that lady who was down, and then the terror, and then just seeing his, and at the same time just seeing that face, People were running. We didn't think any shots were fired because we just thought it was the balloons getting hit somehow.
Right.
So.
You think the lady got hit up here in front of the
somewhere here?
Okay.
Again, here's the thing: is I don't recognize that lady. You sit at we got there initially at 2:00. Parade's at 4:00. We got there at 2:00.
Right.
We went to that cafe for a little bit. Came out. It was still early, so you start to kind of just see people because you're staring at across the street, which is why I noticed that police officer. He knew people, kids. I noticed the other families that I could pick out from a crowd.
Right.
Seeing her down, and granted, I didn't go up and take a very close look at her face, but seeing I didn't recognize her.
Yeah.
And she didn't immediately stand out to me as somebody that was right there across the street. And like I said, nobody was coming for her. So I don't know where she got hit. Honest, when he came across that street to those people, you started hearing it. And you heard one huge thud initially. He hit something someone
Yeah.
solidly, and then because I heard that thud before I saw his face.
Okay.
You know, it was like thud, and then that face I just locked onto.
Did you see his face as he's coming towards you, so it's straight on, or did you see a profile?
Profile from the side. Like I didn't
Okay.
see it coming straight on. It was just weird. Like I saw a vehicle. I saw that it was a red SUV. I mean, I couldn't tell you what kind of like, I would not have be able to pick that out, but a red SUV. And then as soon as he got to my angle, like looking in the window, I'm like, it just kind of locked on until I lost sight of him. And then he was, down the street. And then, for me, the last thing, I looked back and you saw a person down, and then I looked back to find my kid. 'Cause my son, at that point, my son on my left was gone.
You're scared.
So I turned the other way, and he was behind me with my wife.
Okay.
So I went back to the street, noticed again, that lady was down, and no one initially by her. Then I saw I mean, I don't know, but in my mind, it was a dad looking for a kid.
Okay.
The way he was screaming for a name, running down the street eastward, and then some ladies, and then right away the lady from the boutique was pushing people in. And then, as she's trying to bring people in, so we went into the shop. I initially popped out because really I'm like, what's going on someone's down, is anyone there? And then, so I pop out very quick. There's an officer there and a lady trying to get his attention. So he knew that victim was there. And at that point, I understood quickly at that point, like there is a hierarchy to how you respond. Actum victim, actum perpetrator, so I went back to my family. We'd probably stay in that, I don't know how long exactly in that boutique, 10 minutes, 15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Those 3 cops, like I said, those 3 vehicles pulled up in that time frame before we left. We gathered our stuff and we left, and we were parked at the library. So we, right there, is it Clinton, I think you told me it was? Right by People's. We Clinton up to the library.
You got out of there.
And we took some long way out of town.
Okay. What's your wife's name?
Kristen.
With a K?
Yeah.
Rist?
E-N.
E-N.
Yeah.
And your son's name?
So my 10-year-old and my 5-year-old is, and then the only other person there with us was my mother-in-law.
And what's her first name?
Donna. And again, that's all too in the email as well.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't see that.
Yeah. Yeah, my name's Sal Kristen.
Oh, yeah, you were very detailed. Wow.
Don Ashburn, yeah.
Document.
Because it goes away, or
Yeah.
or you start seeing the news and you start seeing other things.
Right.
So, I just wanted to put down what I saw.
That picture you saw of the guy, did you see his name associated with it at all?
I heard his name. I can't tell you. I can't tell you his last name. First name is Daryl Darnell.
Brooks.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds right.
That's one and the same.
Yeah.
Normally I wouldn't give you the name, but
yeah,
at this point it's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
I guess the thing though is, at this point, if you came in here and said, you know what, it's not that guy, it's somebody else, that would be more important. But you're saying, you're confirming it's the guy.
So what happened is, I didn't see his picture till sometime this afternoon, and it was on, so I think it was Fox 6 Milwaukee.
Okay.
And before I saw the headline of the article, before I saw just the front of the picture of it, the front look of his face.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's the guy. Like, I already knew the pictures out of him because he
Right.
looked just like what I saw.
Well, we're screwed as law enforcement because we can't hold that information back anymore.
Yeah, I know.
I think they got that off the radio. Someone did a radio transmission with his name, and someone put it together. Whoever put it together is smart.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
that was leaked last night sometime.
So I didn't hear much throughout the day. Like I said, once I saw the picture, I'm like, that's the guy, because, like I said, I remembered his profile.
Okay.
Just and it was less, and I was not, my intent. It's sad to say, my intent was not to get a witness description. It was just, I was just taken back by how stone cold his face was, of not caring.
Yeah. Yeah. Did you see anyone else hit laying in the roadway or anything like that?
No. Again, so I couldn't tell you who was injured across the street, because as people left and I got my family, I mean, that was the one person like left behind, so to speak.
Okay.
In the street.
That photo, do you mind sending me the photo? Because I think I know the two ladies in the picture that you took.
Like I said, and I haven't, I don't have any social media.
Okay.
So
you're better off that way.
I hate social media.
Yeah.
So people at work too all the time is get in trouble.
Right, because they post stuff?
They post stuff, they say stuff.
Yeah.
Take it easy, guys. Happy
Take
Thanksgiving.
it.
So if I'm understanding this correctly, the two women that are with her are her coworkers, and she was in the parade. I think the thudding you're hearing is her hitting the ground. I don't want to tell you too much, but
Right.
she was hit and then dragged a good distance as he drove over her.
I believe it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's sad. Like I said, she did not. My wife and I asked my wife, we did not recognize her from across the street.
Okay.
I mean, because I could tell you, like, you saw her on the. Hold on. So what's the email again? Oh, start popping up.
See.
We just started going through it. I'm just like, I'm from my left on the corner. I was just like, there's two families together. I could picture the dad, and he's got like a blonde mullet under his hat, and they got these kids, and like the kids are in snow pants. Like, that's smart. I got the next group of kids getting, like, I can start going down the street of people we were looking at.
Right.
And she wasn't one of them. So, that's just, and I mean, if you look at where she is in the road and the direction he was coming, if he would have hit her right there, she wouldn't be there. She would be like in the building. She would have flown.
Yeah.
She was there, which is kind of like right before he got into that crowd right there, or as he's getting into that crowd.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
Tell me, when's the next time you're going to go to a parade?
It's sad. Oh,
I mean, you can't. I mean, it's a free family type thing.
So it's just sad because I'm almost people like, I want to be back at the parade. My wife is like, I don't think we're ever going to parade. And today I'm thinking like, I'm a scout leader. I take kids in the parade in the summertime.
Yeah.
Does my son ever want to march in a parade again? I don't.
You look at this, and I've talked to a lot of people, and I talked to ladies' coworkers, and I talked to some people that provided her aid. And there's a lot of victims in this.
Oh God, yeah.
Not the ones that necessarily got hit, but the ones that witnessed what had happened. This is supposed to be a joyful, holiday season type event, and
yeah. My daughter didn't come. She went to San Diego on Saturday with an aunt.
Yeah.
And I mean, if she would have witnessed this, she would never.
How old is she?
She is 13.
13.
She never would have recovered.
Okay.
Because she's just her emotions are more fragile.
She's a little bit more open.
Yeah, she never would have recovered. My son today, I was like, we don't know about my son. It's kind of like, last night he was freaked out. Today I'm like, how you doing before school? He's like, fine, I'm all right.
Yeah.
Like, all right, and went in the driveway before school, waiting for the bus, and I'm like, he's like, Dad, I don't know where. He's like, Dad, he goes, yesterday it was like playing Far Cry. I was running people over. I'm just like, oh God, like, because now he's like, he's taking it from here to the, he's associating it.
Right.
Like, man, my 5-year-old, he doesn't quite get it. He's like, he's like, the bad red car, like we just kept saying, the car was naughty, so we have to leave, and people got hurt. And
I can tell as a father this pisses you off and it makes you sad.
Yeah, it's sad for the kids.
Right.
I mean,
You're fine with this. You can process it. You're upset because your kids can't process it correctly.
and I see this. I mean, I'm telling you, that dad just looking for his kids.
Yeah.
You know, or his daughter. I mean, who knows? I mean, I don't know for sure he was looking for his daughter, but just the way he was going, you know, it's not the way you go looking for your mom. You know,
No.
it's like he had a kid missing, and you know, like the Girl Scouts had just passed a little bit before the dancing grannies just passed. You know, like they were probably 40 feet down from us.
Yeah.
You know, and we walked back to the library, and there's all the Girl Scouts. On the, you know, it's just like you said, what these, you know, these people do, just driving through a parade route, you know, and just.
Let me see something quick. I lost it a little earlier.
Yeah.
I was talking to a husband and wife that were sitting relatively close to where you were, in front of Nice Ash, and same thing. I heard their story, and I'm like, yeah, that's. You think that was her?
I mean, I never saw her face.
Yeah.
I would say like that's like the size and body type of the person who was down.
Yeah.
And it makes it close in the sense of like she was wearing. If my memory serves me right, she
Bring
was
up the
wearing a
picture of
shirt.
the two women.
Yeah, she had.
They supposedly were wearing matching clothes.
I can't tell you about her pants. Her shirt was reddish.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was
And
like solid red or pattern red. That was the body type of the lady down. That was the hair of the lady down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I said, I never had like a clear facial view of it.
Is there anything else
No.
we need to know or you want to add?
No, like I said, I just really wanted to. With our background, we know like statements are needed, so that's why we didn't want to bother a cop
Yeah.
last night.
Well, they probably would have talked to you a total of 30 seconds and then
Yeah.
moved on.
So we just decided to, you know, I notified a captain from Waukesha right away,
Yeah.
who I know, like we were there, and I'm like, nobody left. He's like, you tell a cop your name. I'm like, nobody left. So I'm like, I'll just email, you know.
Thank you.
And you never know what these, you know, we deal with people at work all the time. Like, you never know, oh, I didn't do it in court, you know, type of deal.
Right.
So knowing that witness testimony is awful and seeing his face that clear
Yeah.
and that facial expression, like, I really wanted to put that in, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have a ton of detail. I have that face scarred in there, you know.
Right. Right. Well, we're lucky enough now because people were recording the event on their cell phones,
Yeah.
and we got some pretty good photos of his face.
Oh, I believe you got some great stuff, and I was counting before the parade started, but there's cams in that intersection right there.
Yeah. Yeah, not
Yeah.
the best for getting facial
No.
stuff in, but yeah, there was a lot of cameras that recorded what had happened.
Yeah. So, but just that, I mean, again, that face being in there, I know for law enforcement it's horrible when too much gets to the media too quick.
Yeah.
You know, but all I can tell you is when I saw that face come up without reading, I didn't read the article above it, the title or anything. I just saw the face. I'm like, that's the guy.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, it was the look, it was the facial hair, it was the actual hair, you know?
Right.
And in the vehicle, it's like no emotion, just back in the seat. Not even all these back in the seat, just how do I get my car back to the left a little bit, you know, and miss that pole. I mean, it was horrible.
Yeah.
You know, and there had to be, I mean, I'm surprised it wasn't worse because straight across, again, like you said, I don't know what happened anywhere else. I saw that body, and when we left, like, I did not want to have a bunch of pictures and video. I just wanted the record of where I was at. I mean, there was easily 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 kids right across the street from us, small kids, you know. And the only reason we weren't sitting there is because my son was like, no, I'm not getting up. Because no one was sitting there at first, and we're just like, hey, I was like, hey, should we go across the street and sit in the road? you know, for candy. He's like, and they're all bundled up, like, we're not getting up. So, you know, I mean, it was something that simple that could have been us.
Over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so, no, I just wanted to give us, never knowing what you guys have, I just wanted to give you what we had.
No, I appreciate it.
And
Thank you.
talking to my wife, she didn't see his face. She just noticed the damage on the car.
Mm-hmm.
But we have the same recollection of the balloons, thinking it's Santa Claus coming down.
Everyone's got a little piece of this story, and it's amazing, though. I won't keep you long. It's interesting what people do remember and what they don't remember, and how our memories do different things.
Yeah.
So.
An old job of mine, now I'm a probation pro, an old job of mine with a halfway house. So I went through the police academy. I went to being a halfway house director, always in court for guys, and I just became really drilled into, here's your detail, here's what you know, here's what you don't know, here's what you saw, here's what you didn't see.
Right.
And I wanted that down before, because you're going to see media, you're going to start, did I see that? Did that happen?
Yeah.
I really wanted down what happened right there for that little 20 feet of road.
And then you start adding things because the media starts adding things.
Adding things, yeah. That's how that goes. People are like, well, didn't you hear this? Didn't you do that? All I know is, like, my wife and I just talked about it briefly, and then I was like, I thought I heard balloons. She's like, yeah, because you saw the blue, like, yeah, the blue balloon. She's like, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why we thought there's, so, like, I still don't know, like I said, where the officer discharged a service weapon at. All I know is that we thought there were balloons being popped. We thought it was Santa Claus, and then immediately you saw, or you heard that car engine rev and the car come across, which he wasn't slowing down. He was revving that engine.
He was getting faster.
He was getting faster come across, so.
Well, thank you.
No problem.
Want to take anything with you?
Nope. I haven't eaten much since.
I think I've eaten too much.
Oh.
Of the wrong.
Please keep the victims and witnesses in your thoughts and prayers. I have included a link to the Waukesha Community Foundation Fund if you would like to learn how you can support the victims impacted by this tragedy. Thank you for watching, and have a blessed day.